Archie texts, don't you find it comforting Boris is in charge? I mean, what could possibly go wrong? I keep hitting that wrong one. Well, it's right next to Goofy. This is Goofy. I should separate Goofy and Groovy because I keep hitting the wrong one for understandable reasons. I'm not very good at my job. Brian emails, funny isn't it that Portugal was given the green light before that recent football match between two UK teams, and now after it's on orange. Yeah, now it's...
Warning!
Yeah, coincidence? Yeah, exactly. I mean, you can only have a coincidence so many times. I mean, if they keep doing this same thing over and over, it ceases to be a coincidence. It sounds more like a plan. It sounds more like a strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
I'm beginning to think that it's a strategy to continue to let it in. Why do they keep leaving the borders open to places where the virus is in full effect? Why do they keep doing that? Over and over and over again, they do it. I mean, it ceases to be coincidental and seems more like a strategy, doesn't it? I mean, how stupid are they? They're either incredibly... They're either like the smarts of a small soap dish, or it's a plan. I'm not sure which is worse. Paul tweets, what do you think about Tim Martin appealing to the government to allow people from the EU into the UK to staff his pub chain? Well, I'm going to make absolutely certain I hit the right button now. Yeah, pretty funny. Yeah. Catweasel Weatherspoon has realised that he ain't got no staff no more. This caller seems a bit keen. Candy Durham. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. How are you doing?
Good, thanks.
I wonder if these Labour backstabbers feel sorry for themselves now, what they've done in putting this Tory government in.
The backstabbers?
We cannot have another 3 years of this, Nick.
I'm afraid you're stuck with it, mate.
Well, I'm afraid we're going to have another general election before long, like, because
I don't think
something's got to be done about these idiots, man. This idiot in charge of this country, it's beyond a joke, mate. But thank you very much for all your Labour backstabbers for putting them in.
Get the OJs on the phone. He wants to talk about the backstabbers.
Rock and roll.
Yeah, well, it's the fault of the people that knew what they were voting for.
Blue.
Right.
The ones that turned blue, mate.
Yeah. Well,
they've got a lot to answer for.
They're waiting in expectation of sunny uplands, and how's that working out?
Fabulous.
Get the get someone from the fishing industry on the phone, and they can explain it to us, and the farming industry as well, and maybe the financial business. They can have a chat about it too. Yeah. But apart from that, it's all going very, very well. Are you going to make it, Sean? Are you going to be all right?
I'm glad I'll never drink in Witherspoons in my life again, like, because I cannot stand Martin. I think he's wrong the twist. I think he's Boris Johnson's brother.
Well, they go to the same hairstylist. I do know that. That is an actual fact. They affect the same hair don't. Thanks a lot, Sean. Chin up. It might never have... Oh, no, that's right. It already has. Paul tweets, so Boris can't blame India anymore because the World Health Organization say we can't call that variant the Indian variant. So the UK government invent a new variant that the World Health Organization does not recognise, so Boris can blame our lack of holidays on Nepal. What a plan. Yeah, that's just going to be confusing now. Maybe it's deliberately confusing. I mean, I know that they said that they don't want to stigmatise various parts of the world, but why not? It's just easier to remember. Plus, it's important information, isn't it? I mean, if there's an Indian variant, you might conceivably want to avoid, I don't know, of all the countries in the world, India, for instance. Or people that have just recently come back from India. You don't think, Delta. I'm going to not go to Delta. Because it doesn't mean anything to anybody. The Kent variant. I mean, there's another excellent reason not to go to Kent. No offence. There's the Vietnamese variant. Maybe there is, and maybe there isn't. I think the World Health Organization said we don't recognize the Vietnamese variant. In fact, we've never even heard of Vietnam. But first of all, there was one, and then there wasn't one. So Boris Johnson is at this moment deciding whether to open the borders up completely to Vietnam based on whether there is or isn't one. If there is a Vietnamese variant, then we'll be importing it almost immediately. If there isn't, then our borders are secure. You know, if that virus arrived on a dinghy, none of us would have been troubled by it. Prissy Patel would have pushed it back out to sea and it would have drowned. It's odd, isn't it? The one of their primary promises was to keep our borders secure. our borders secure from some bedraggled, drenched refugee who wasn't going to cause any harm to anybody. But a virus, well, come on in. Like I said, after a while, after making the same mistake, you have to waggle your fingers in the air to denote inverted commas around the word mistake, because is it actually a mistake? The only two options that are available to us are, if the government keeps leaving the borders open to people to come here from an area with a new virus variant that may or may not kill more people, if they keep doing it again and again, either they're the stupidest people that ever ran a country, or it's a strategy. You choose. Or maybe all of the above. Maybe all of the above. Stella text, Boris leaving the borders open. Anybody think he's doing it deliberately? Well, I am beginning to think that he's doing it deliberately. Otherwise, the only other option is that he doesn't learn, I don't know, what kind of an animal doesn't learn? There isn't one. I mean, even a child that puts its hand on something hot knows not to do it again. What kind of an animal? Maybe it's a plant. It's actually possible that Boris Johnson is a plant. I know that there's two ways to read that. It might be both. Is it both, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
And once again, they're giving people notice of closing the border. If you all get back before 4 a.m. on Tuesday, then you don't have to go into quarantine for 10 days. I mean, does that make sense?
No.
Of course it doesn't. Because the people that come in before then will just be able to spread it about. God, I bet actual scientists, you know, the government keeps saying it's, we're guided by, don't worry about a thing. We're guided by the science, us. Yeah, we do big science. Sure. I bet actual scientists are screaming the walls down. You don't have to be a scientist. You don't even need to be able to spell epidemiology. It's bloomin' obvious. James says, didn't Tim Martin notice a large number of his staff were EU citizens? I mean, in a week crammed full of eye-opening revelations, that was just about the funniest. Catweasel Weatherspoon moaning that he couldn't get the staff because, Brexit. Who could have predicted that, apart from everybody? John says, I think you're right about this government sitting around thinking about how they can gaslight us. The situation with Portugal is incredible. We will let them book their holidays, then stick it on the amber list. They must be laughing about how much they can get away with. They're still leading in the polls. Yes, it's incredible. I bet they do. I mean, I've said this for a long time now. I bet they wake up in the morning and think, I wonder what we can do to them today. Let's poke them in the ribs and see what their reaction is. And there doesn't seem to be any amount of punishment that we will not take. It's really quite remarkable. It's like we're part of some sort of psychology experiment. How much torture can one country take before they raise a finger of complaint? Oh, and by the way, we've outlawed raising a finger of complaint. It is amazing what is going on. It really is. I mean, you can either... I could be appalled, but at the moment, just for this evening alone, I don't know how I'm going to be tomorrow. But at the moment, I've decided I'm not going to be appalled. I'm going to be amused. That feeling may not last. It depends how it goes. Kevin says, following on from newly named Delta variant, I've heard that the Nepalese variant is going to be called the Echo variant. If so, I'm interested. If so, I'm not interested, as I've heard it before. Oh, listener with material. Oh, no. Let's have a call in Glasgow. Hello, Frankie.
How are you doing, Nick? How's things?
Things is, rubbing along.
Well, in Glasgow, I don't know if you've noticed this, but I don't know if it's national news but it's been sunny for 9 days.
What?
9 days, Nick. I usually phone you on a Friday night and say, guess what the weather was like, and you'll say, don't tell me, Frankie, it's been raining.
Raining, yeah.
Wow, wow. The guy's a modern day Nostradamus, you know what I mean?
Yes.
But 9 days of sun, Nick, what's happening? Global warming's kicking in.
Frankie, do you have anything to wear in the sun?
Well, see, no, because we wear sunburn like a badge of honour, Nick, because we don't get the sun, so we try and get burnt as much as we can, so for the rest of the year
right.
we can say, look at us.
Yeah.
So suntan lotion it's not even in any shelf in Glasgow. We just don't do it. We just everyone is ginger head, tops off, burnt to a cinder, and then moan about it the following day.
You slather yourself in chip fat and then prostrate yourself underneath the sun for 12 hours straight.
No, beef dripping. Come on, Nick, you're a bit classy, man.
How about that sauce
beef dripping, not chip fat.
that sauce that they put on chips in Embra?
Embra, that's salt and sauce in Embra. My wee missus is for Embra, I'm for Glasgow.
Yeah, you don't do sauce in Glasgow, do you?
No, we do salt and vinegar. Through there, it's salt and sauce, which is a vile combination of brown sauce and vinegar.
No, it isn't. It's absolutely fantastic. Sauce on
what's
chips.
What's it then?
Huh? I've got no idea.
What?
Nuclear waste, it could be. I've got no idea what it is.
But it tasted.
Oh.
It didn't taste good after a couple of pints, but Nick, you know what I mean?
My school uniform used to be absolutely coated with the stuff.
Aye, because I know you went to school in Embra.
Embra, yeah. Oh, aye. But do you think if I've got 25 quid and I was going to get you budget, do you think I could get a period, maybe a seat in the House of Lords? You could rent one for a day.
A day? 25 notes?
For that kind of money, yeah. I mean, imagine the amount of damage you could do in one day. Put my name on the door, Frankie, and I'll see you at the bar. All right, thanks a lot, mate. Yeah, you don't get into the House of Lords for 25 quid, mate. Sorry to break the news to you. It's going to cost you way more than that. Birmingham. Hello, James.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, James.
Right, I don't think you're grasping the whole situation. It's not the scientists that are jumping up and down the wall. It's us, the people that have been vaccinated, that are jumping up and down the wall. Why should we have to go into isolation? Why should we have to go into lockdown when the only people in the hospitals are the people that haven't had the vaccination?
Why, oh, why, oh, why? Yes, that was the deal.
Exactly.
I thought that was the deal. We make ourselves available to what seemed at the time like a giant chemicals experiment that they were going to inject into us. And if we said yes, okay, then we know that it ordinarily takes 10 years to come up with something like this, but you did it toot sweet, top speed. Well, we'll trust that you know what you're doing. And so we presented our arms, and they stuck this stuff in us. And most of us didn't have a stroke or a blood clot. Most of us didn't die from it. And we thought that was the deal, that we take the vaccine and then they'll let us out. They changed the rules.
Well, that's what I'm saying to you. Why should people coming back from holiday have to go into isolation? Why should we have to carry on with lockdown? No, tell the people to get vaccinated, then we wouldn't have to have lockdown, because the only people in hospital are people that haven't been vaccinated. The only people that are catching COVID now are the people that haven't been vaccinated.
Right. Well, it's not necessarily their fault, though, James. You understand that. Not everybody has had the ability to get vaccinated. vaccinated yet.
Well, no, it's coming down the ages, obviously.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is the people in hospital are people over certain ages, and they were offered the vaccination and they haven't took it up. They've refused the vaccination. 2,500 people are in hospital in Bristol, and every single one of those that are in hospital was offered the vaccination.
Well, I don't think you can make a bold claim like that, not having gone and asked each individual person. But it does occur to me that if the plan is divide and rule, is to get us squabbling like rats in a sack, then it seems to be going very well. I mean, there's just no end of things that we're divided on now. I mean, I don't even need to mention the B word. I mean, half of the country is tearing the hair out of the other half of the country over Brexit. Still people are furiously angry about that. The ones that are mostly angry are the ones that that by their by their judgment won. Oddly, the people who won Brexit seem to be most furious about it. But so the nation is split down the middle on that, and now we're being encouraged to beat each other up because some people have got the vaccine and some people haven't. And some people don't want it, and some people can't get it, and some people are been advised not to have it, and so on and so forth. I mean, if that's the plan, maybe that is the strategy. Just keep gaslighting us over and over again. Just keep, poking us with a sharp stick, and eventually we'll start fighting each other, and they can just step over our tussling forms, and they can accede to the higher ground, the sunny upland of fantasy. Dev tweets, I've thought about this many times, but Boris is the Berlusconi of British politics. For some inexplicable reason, unpronounceable reason, the public love him and will vote for him another 10 times. The mind boggles. Well, mine does. That was a recording of my mind boggling. Derek says, Nick, the most dangerous virus variant is the OEBB, the Old Etonian Bullingdon Boy variant. Hackney. Hello, Philippa.
Huh? Hello?
Yes, an explosion of noise. Yes, Philippa.
Is it Jennifer? Am I speaking to you?
Is your name Jennifer?
Yeah, okay, you know what? You're making me laugh.
Can I call you Philippa?
No, Jennifer.
But can I call you Philippa?
Don't.
I've got Philippa written. I've got Philippa written on my screen. Please let me call you Philippa.
No. It's Jennifer.
Can you not self-identify as a Philippa for the purpose of this call?
My name's But anyway, yes. I've got to say, my stomach is hurting. You're making me laugh so much.
Well, thanks, Philippa.
No, it's Jennifer. It's Jennifer. My stomach is hurt. Oh my God, my stomach is hurting. And I agree with you about Boris Johnson. He's just a whatever. He's just a yeah. So I don't understand why people like him and stuff like that. Plus, another thing I want to say, people that don't want to take the vaccine.
Yes.
Yeah. I feel it's a bit selfish because I've taken 2 vaccines now. I've taken both of them.
Right.
Yeah, because I took them because I'm asthmatic. So I took it. The doctors made me come forward before.
Yeah,
so.
But you took it for selfish reasons, though, didn't you?
No, I took it because
to protect
why? Why is it selfish?
Well, to protect yourself.
Yeah, and other people. No, oh my God,
I don't know, Philippa.
You are making me laugh. What do you think? No, I took it for myself.
Of course. We all took it for ourselves. It's all selfish. But if you believe, for whatever reason, that the virus might be dangerous to you, or you don't... not the virus, the vaccine might be dangerous to you, or you're concerned about blood clots or strokes or whatever it is.
But you know what? I took the Vicin. The Vicin. I didn't take the other one. I took the Vicin. The first one was okay. My arm hurt a little bit.
Yeah.
The second one, I was in pain for about a week with my arm. Yeah, I couldn't move my arm and stuff like that. Yeah. But,
your poor arm.
Stop whining.
Yeah. Stop. You're making me laugh. You make me laugh.
The first one didn't do anything to me either. I didn't notice it at all. But the second one laid me out for 2 days.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Oh dear. You are so funny, I'm telling you. It's like you, Steve Allen, are so funny.
Well, thanks a lot, Philippa. I appreciate the call.
No, they call Philippa. No, my name's Jennifer.
Okay. All right. Thanks, Philippa.
Stop it.
Bob texts, of course Boris doesn't learn. He's been married 3 times. Even Woody Allen called it a day. Yeah, if at first you don't exceed, just keep doing the same thing over and over again. That'll work. Jim emails, for every decent Liberal, there's 20 Nick Cleggs. We are lost. Oh, poor Nick. It wasn't your fault, Nick. It was all your fault. Yeah, plus there's absolutely nothing poor about him. Boatloads. Let's have Seven Oaks. Hello, Mark.
Hi. Do you think the Brexiters are angry because they think that people moaning about Brexit want to end it?
No.
To end Brexit?
No, I think that they're waiting for the part where it gets great. They were promised great, and where's the great at?
Oh, you mean they're angry with the government, not with the moaners?
I think that they probably don't blame the government, because that would be to admit that they had made a mistake, and it would be too much loss of face. So they're scrabbling around trying to blame somebody, and the people to blame at the moment are the European Union for being mean to us, and moaners for not getting with the programme, like they say in America. And it's the COVID's fault, and there's no end of excuses. But I think there's dawning realisation that Brexit isn't everything that it was made out to be. They've been had.
Well, I think they may not be the only ones, because some of the moaners are saying they don't want to join the EU, when that seems to be the obvious solution. I mean, what other solution can there be if they're moaning about the result of leaving the EU, other than to join it?
Yeah. Well, I think you're going to have to take a breath and just let it, the dawning realisation sink in for, 20, 30 years, and then people might be ready for it.
I don't think so. I think they're ready for it now.
Well, now, when you say that, you are presumably just echoing the opinions of the people that you talk to on the internet.
No.
Is that a yes?
I'm going by by what happened with Clive Bull.
What happened with Clive Bull? What happened with Clive Bull?
Well, he said, when I asked him what evidence he had that people didn't want another vote on it,
right?
He said the people that phoned his show, and he laughed at me. And then I said, what polling evidence do you have?
Yes.
He said he didn't have any.
No, of course not.
Until he did a poll which said 62% in favour of another vote.
Well, now wait a minute. What do you mean he did a poll?
Now, it was a Twitter poll on LBC, but...
Oh, okay.
But I'm not claiming that to be a poll representative of the country, but it may well be representative of the people who listen to his show.
Yeah.
And despite the fact that he had the impression that the people who listened to his show didn't want another referendum,
right,
the poll showed a very different result.
Well, as I've been saying, as I've been saying for a long, long time, we are now being led by whoever shouts the loudest.
Since the election, there's been an effort to make it unfashionable to say you want another referendum on EU membership.
Oh.
And there have been very few polls. I mean, there was a poll in January, I think, that said that people were in favour of joining. But there haven't been polls about this specific subject about whether they want another vote.
But you can't possibly believe that we're going to rejoin anytime soon. You can't possibly believe that that's going to happen. In your heart of hearts, you don't believe it, do you? No.
Yes, I do, and I'll tell you why. Because the EU's policy is to let us in on the old terms. And given that the majority of people, it would appear, want to join, there isn't really anything stopping us apart from time to the next vote.
No, apart from the people in power don't want that to happen. And the people, even the people that want to join, well, that want to rejoin, still vote for this party, partly because it's been rigged, the system is rigged in their favour, you know, with the lines that they draw on counties and councils are in their favour. They can get a minority of the vote but a majority of the seats. Of course it's in their favour. Plus, the left always form a circular shooting squad and take each other out. If the Liberals and the Labour vote was combined in the last election, they would have beaten the Conservatives.
Actually, that would be true if it was proportional, but I worked it.
Well, that's what I'm talking about.
I worked out that actually
Votes
they needed
cast.
another 8% swing to do that. Even though they got 53% of the vote, that wasn't enough. But they have since then got an 8% swing. They've got a 1.6% swing or something like that. So at least when I last calculated it a few weeks ago. So that coalition, the parties that voted that had having another vote in their manifesto, the 53%. That coalition would now win.
Well, I'm not sure that's what Labour were fighting on. But it doesn't make any difference, Mark, because people will still continue to vote for the Conservative Party over and over again, and it's not in the Conservative Party's, or rather, it's not in the Conservative Party donors' interest to rejoin the European Union, because that's not part of their business model.
The Labour Party did say that. It was on page 89 of their manifesto, I checked. So
You're funny, Mark. Page 89 of their manifesto. You know how many pages was on the Conservative manifesto, or at least the one that I saw?
One.
One is the right answer. Yeah, one. Yeah, one. That's all that people want. They want a 3-word message. Get election done. Stuff like that. Here, Mark, I've got to go. Just give it up, mate. It's gone. That is a regular caller who is always on about the same thing, rejoining the European Union. The dream is over, Mark. Just be glad you're so old that the Britain's diminishment won't tax you for too long. Jess says, lovely weather in Lossiemouth. Only problem is you need blackout curtains as there's only about 3 hours of darkness. I know. Whinging and whining, he says.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah. It gets dark at, about 11? 11:30? I bet there's still light in the sky at 11:30. And then light again at 4.
Oh, no.
Still, it's better than the other way around, right? Jack says, so the government let 6,000 football fans into Portugal to mix with complete strangers, and just a week after, Portugal is back on the travel ban list. It's mind-blowing. Yeah, it's just absolutely stupid. Or cunning. I don't know which, and I'm not sure which option is the worst. Either it's a deliberate plan to keep us in a permanent state of emergency, under the cloak of which it's very easy to bring in any restrictive law you like, or we are being led by people who shouldn't be in charge of running a bath. Those are your two options. Select. Let's have Tooting. Hello, Jan.
Hi, Nick. Hi. Thanks for having me on your show again.
Thanks for being on my show again.
I've got some. I'm picking up on this thing to do with the vaccine because you mentioned the word cunning. We talk about cloaking things, but I think we're all being terribly misled, and people think the vaccine. You know, we're being manipulated terribly, and I think hoodwinked. I like to use the word. I've been wanting to use this word for some time. Discombobulated.
Discombobulated. Yes.
Hoodwinked. And whatever you want, cunning. I think we're all being misled about this vaccine because a lot of people think we can all go back to living as normal. You know, if everyone has a vaccine, we're all going to be, in paradise or something. Well, I shouldn't use the word paradise because that's got the wrong connotation.
Right.
So we'll all be in sort of, everything will be all right.
Yeah.
But it's not like that at all. And I've been going through because I think I told you last time I've had my second dose of the AstraZeneca.
Yes.
But I've been going through the information. They gave or I picked up at the centre I went to have it.
Right.
And it says here, look, this is the one that gets me, because I think everyone's... I don't know what's happening, but or I don't know what it is, but it says here, I'm reading from it, we do not know whether the vaccine will stop you from catching and passing on the virus.
What?
Yes, so it says...
What's it for then? Well, now, hang on a minute. We don't know whether it will stop you from catching or passing it on. Now, the passing it on part...
All the leaflets I've got, it says
hang on a minute. Wait a
know.
minute. Hold on. The passing it on...
Yes, no one's digesting that bit of information.
Wait a minute. The passing it on part, I get. They don't know whether that's a thing or not. They haven't ruled it out. You might get vaccinated twice, still have it on you, and be able to pass it on.
It says here, all it says here
but
is...
the catching it part, that discombobulates me.
Yeah, this is it. This is why I think we're being hoodwinked, misled, and people are being led up the garden path to think once we've had the vaccine, we're going to be all right.
Yeah.
If we've had 2 doses. Look, and it says the vaccine... 2 doses, what it will do is 2 doses will reduce your chance of becoming seriously ill.
Right.
This is what it's printed out, and it says we do not know whether it will stop you from catching and passing on the virus. So if that is a fact about this, and it said it keeps saying it here.
In black and white.
And you know what? I just think that, like, for instance, I had to go to the hospital recently. I had to have a test also to see whether or not I had anything, yes? And they're trying to get all the working staff there to take this test to see whether they've got the virus, and they want them to have it twice weekly.
Yeah.
Is
it the test? Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Is it the test that gets it wrong half the time? Because we've invested hundreds of millions of pounds, to my knowledge, in a test that's wrong 50% of the time.
Well, I hope not, because... Well, they're saying that everyone they want, all the agency workers I know who are helping with social care, with people who need care in the home, and the agency staff in the care homes, they're giving them twice weekly tests.
Oh, right, yeah. It's a bit a bit late bolting the gate now. Now they're concerned about the health and safety of people in care homes.
If this, and the people who have care in their own living, at their own homes.
Yeah.
The social care, the disabled or whatever having care, who are sick in their own homes. But if the vaccine, if it's true that the vaccine doesn't stop us from catching it or passing it on.
Yeah, to their knowledge. They're not saying that it doesn't. They're saying they don't know.
They're saying they don't know. So then it would seem it's not going to save any of us, really, and it needs to be backed up by some ongoing...
They've already said that you can't throw away the mask on June the 21st. Don't throw away your... it doesn't matter how much it smells, Jan. Don't throw it away.
And the other point, because a lot of people, like you have callers ringing up, everyone's excited. They think, if everyone has the vaccine, we'll all be all right.
Like
and they're
me.
And they're picking on people who don't have the vaccine.
Right.
But the other point I want to make is, look, there's things we don't know. Yeah, we still need to, even with the vaccine, and people think, they don't have to wear a mask, they don't have to keep 2 metre distance, which makes me
yes,
nervous.
You will.
Yeah, but what about this? This is my extra point, Nick.
Yes. And in closing, go on.
Yeah, quickly, I'll be quick. Because this extra point is that what we don't know, there's no data to say how many people have actually caught the virus from touching contaminated objects and surfaces.
What kind of objects?
There's no data for that.
Right.
Because that's the other thing.
But I think it's airborne. It's not so much on the surface. It's airborne.
Nick, on the leaflet I was given...
Jan, calm down. Your voice is getting so high, only dogs can hear you.
Am I going overboard? No, seriously, it says we've got to remember it can be spread through droplets and breathed in, but it can also be picked up by touching your eyes, nose and mouth after contact with contaminated objects and surfaces.
Right.
So it can live on surfaces for up to 72 hours.
Yeah, I wouldn't...
So we don't know how many people have caught the virus that way, the
Well-
other way, which is why we use sanitisers in shops.
Yeah.
They've all done that, but they may stop doing that.
Yeah, definitely, yeah. I would, whatever doesn't kill you makes you stronger, Jan. I would rush out right now, catch the first bus and lick the inside of it.
Oh, don't, Nick. That's horrible.
I want you to call me up afterwards and tell me how it tasted. It probably tastes a bit like chicken.
Well, I'm a vegan.
Actually, I bet it does taste like chicken.
I'm a vegan, so I wouldn't do any such thing.
Vegan? Well, then don't lick that bus, Jan. I've got to go, but thanks a lot. Cheers, my dear. You going to be okay?
Am I going to be okay? Well, not after that last image that you've given me.
No, yeah, okay. You won't be able to sleep tonight. My fault again. Sorry about that.
No, I will.
I apologise.
I'm very sorry that I screwed up. Totally I mean, I am so sorry. You just don't know how sorry I am. I'm sorry.
I mean, she's a nice lady, I assume, but very, very piercing and loud. Did I mention loud and piercing? Thanks a lot, Jan. Cheers, my dear. Just take a deep breath and calm. Just relax. Think about something pleasant, like, I don't know, vegetable nut loaf. Or something interesting for dinner, like that.
Boring!
Jax, I read that. Ricky says, hey, Ricky, you're so fine, blah, blah, blah. Hey, Ricky. Ricky tweets, is it right that we're going to allow people who live in red list areas to come here for their holidays within the next couple of months? No logic. I would imagine that the government is waiting patiently for the next most virulent strain of the virus to determine where on earth it is most common and to open the borders to that specific place. They'll be chartering planes to go over and pick up the sickest people to bring them back here, because it's the only sensible thing that they can do. It's the government's top priority, our safety and health. Yeah, like I said, I could be appalled, but I've decided to be amused. For this night only. Quasi texts. People will refuse the vaccine because they, quotes, don't know what's in it. But they're happy to catch a virus that's known to kill people and still has still emerging long-term effects. Well, that's a good point. Well, I think people are refusing the vaccine in large numbers because they don't think that the virus is going to affect them physically. And if you are part of a certain demographic, mostly to do with age, then you're probably right about that. I mean, there's vanishingly few numbers of young people with in countries that have, good health service who are in hospital. Helen emails, isn't it strange how Portugal was on the green list for the Chelsea versus Man City game? Was this anything to do with Michael Gove needing to go to Portugal to watch the game as a Chelsea supporter? I'll assume that the answer is yes. And then this is another example of, they wake up in the morning and think, how can we gaslight the nation today? What punishment can we inflict on them and to see what their reaction is going to be? I mean, how much will they take? And the answer seems to be an unlimited amount. Michael Gove received an alert from the COVID app less than a week after attending the Champions League final in Portugal with his son. The Chancellor of the Duchy of Lancaster had to abandon a meeting with Bodger on Thursday afternoon after receiving notification that he'd come into contact with somebody who had tested positive for coronavirus in recent days. Somebody had to wrestle Boris Johnson to the floor because he wanted to shake hands with him. It's thought Michael Gove's interaction with somebody who has the virus may have occurred when he and his Chelsea-supporting son attended the match between them and City. This is the part that I love the most. This is the part that just says, no rule applies to us, and we're going to make that absolutely clear to you proles, the plebs, and just to see what your reaction's going to be. You lot have got to isolate for 10 days. Michael Gove doesn't, because he's taking part in a pilot scheme. He doesn't have to follow those rules because he's taking part in a pilot scheme. I mean, really, it is becoming a bit of a joke now. It's like we're in a comedy sketch. Except we're not laughing. Charles tweets, it's rather sweet how these Ramonas can delude themselves that the UK will ever saddle themselves again with membership of the EU. It's done, chum. Finished. Dead. Gone, says Charles. Probably one of those people who thinks he's won something. Looking around the detritus that surrounds him, trying to figure out what he's won, but he can't put his finger on it. But he does get the feeling that somehow, somewhere over the rainbow, his prize will become available. Yeah, best of luck with that, Charles. Let's have a call in Wandsworth. Simon.
Hey, how are you? Hope you're well.
Yes, good, thanks.
Quick point as well. I listened to your podcast the other day with
which one?
Nick, with Carol.
Oh yes.
And your voice seems so much deeper on the podcast. You almost sound like Roger Moore-ish.
Roger
on
Moore?
The podcast.
Oh, really?
Yeah, you had like a real... I don't know, it just sounded so different. Maybe I've got a bad phone. But
it's probably a bad microphone at home, because I record that at home, but here I'm going through about £10 million worth of equipment, and this is what I sound like.
Well, you have a great voice regardless. I just wanted to call and let you... tell you, this week I was listening to the news in America on the panel show, The View, and they were talking about incentivizing people to get the second dose, and you know, they're kind of having the same kind of discussions that we're having,
right,
in regards to getting young people to be and somebody on the panel, I think it's Whoopi Goldberg or Joy Behar, mentioned that in Virginia they've offered young people who get vaccinated the opportunity to be incentivized by them being in a lottery draw where they could win a Hummer, or they could win a full scholarship for a higher education institute.
Yes.
Or quite ridiculously, to give to somebody who probably is already COVID skeptic and probably nervous and
nuts,
browsing QAnon websites and believes Trump is.
I know where this is going. Yeah, go on.
They offer them hunting rifles and shotguns, custom. Might I add, custom. Right. So you could probably have your name engraved on it when you storm the Capitol to go for Fauci.
You could have the names of your victims engraved on it. Engraved on it, yeah.
Because you just know, if you're a COVID skeptic, you probably need a gun. Because I see right now they're really vying for Fauci right now. So, and they really thought that there was a conspiracy this week that Trump was going to be ushered back into office.
Yeah, this is absolutely priceless, because at the moment they're trying to deny that there was an assault on the Capitol building. The Republicans, they're trying to deny it. It never happened. They were left-wing agitators who were dressed up as Trump supporters. I mean, it just goes on and on.
It was Black Lives Matter, wasn't it?
Something like that. Yeah, it was. The anti-fascists. Because if there's one thing they can't hate, they can't stand in America, it's people who don't like fascists. I mean, figure that out.
Ain't that the truth?
But so they're at the same time saying that the coup never happened, the attempted coup never happened, and then Donald Trump comes out and says, "Yeah, I'm going to be doing another coup in August." Mark it down in your diary.
You just couldn't make it up. But he's banned from everywhere now, so who cares what he thinks? We have to stop talking about him, because then he really would fall off the whole face of the earth, because he hasn't got a social media presence.
Well, that's
his website crashed this week.
Yeah, it was just a blog. It wasn't this all singing and dancing new social media outlet that people expected. It was just him. Well, probably wasn't even him writing it. It was one of his underlings.
His son is selling recorded messages, so he's almost as low as somebody out of Love Island right now. He's not next. He's probably going to set up an OnlyFans. So, if you know what that is.
Yeah, people who are his fans. I think that's exactly what that is. I think that's how it started. Yeah. All right. Yeah, people aren't paying attention to you know who.
Don't talk to me that way. I'm the president of the United States. Don't ever talk to the president that way.
People aren't talking to him at all. Very, very upset. Any moment now, he'll start whining.
I am the most fabulous whiner. And I'm a whiner, and I keep whining
and whining. Yeah, we know. Simon texts, isn't the whole point of the vaccine that it will stop you getting too ill? And obviously will allow a benevolent Uncle Boris to claim he actually got something right. Like a stop clock's right twice a day. Yeah, he is clinging on to that. As please forget everything else that has happened over the last 11 years. We're just going on this, the vaccine. He barged into the tuck shop, a naughty, rotund little boy, cleared the shelves of everything in there, and ran away with it all. And that's his big win. He just, essentially, it's gone so well because they got people who knew what they were doing, and the government got out of the way. They stopped trying to write cheques for £108 million and give them to donors and friends of friends and relations of friends and friends. Maybe they just ran out of people to give blank cheques to that they knew. Jeremy emails, that guy banging on about rejoining the EU reminds me of the Japanese soldier who was found still fighting World War II on a Pacific island in the 1970s. I voted to remain, but for goodness sake, let's move on. Well, we'll move on just as soon as this charabang gets unstuck from the mud it's in. Of course, it might not. Then we'll rue the day. Unless you've started to rue the day ahead of time in order to, save precious hours later on. Dallas. Aidan.
Hi there, Nick. How are you?
Good, thanks.
I've spoken to you before. I got to tell you first off that every Friday and Saturday afternoon at 4 p.m. our time, I turn on, well, I listen to LBC all the time, but I just so enjoy your show. It is such a relief.
4 p.m. on the nose. Well, thanks, Aidan.
You got to give me 4 bells. No, just the one. That's right. Listen, the reason I called was your caller had, 2 callers ago, I guess, had just mentioned about the incentive schemes in America.
Yes. Right.
And just yesterday, a man in Ohio, I think it was, won $1 million from Amazon.
Wow.
United Airlines is also offering free travel anywhere in the world for 1 year if you get the vaccine.
Of course, you wouldn't be able to land anywhere, but you could fly. You could see it from 50,000 feet. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's a hospital plane, but anyway, I just have to say, my wife and I got our vaccines in February, and honestly, if I ever thought that this would be something to be incentivized, I would have held off till August.
Well, yeah. Think of all that money you could have won.
That's right. Absolutely.
Now, how did you win? How did you get to win $1 million damn dollars?
Well, they just put your name in a hat and then they drew.
Huh.
But listen, I don't mean to be so critical. I don't mean to be critical, but Americans are so. I don't know the word. I don't know the word. It's just appalling to me how you offer an American just the chance to win, and they hop on it lock, stock, and barrel.
Yeah, that's not Americans. That's people. I tell you, if I asked for callers now to win £1, the switchboard would explode.
That's right. But this is just the chance. And, I have spent a lot of time in London over my career and in Europe, Western Europe. I just never noticed this to the extent that it is so prevalent here in the States. But then again, everybody doesn't, in Europe and UK, doesn't talk as much as Americans do.
Well, we do. It's just not as loudly.
That's right. Absolutely. I remember I was in a restaurant in Paris one time, and these Americans are over on the other side of the room, and you could hear this guy speaking, and everything the Frenchman said to him, and of course they were speaking in English, we were speaking in French, but everything the American said started off with, well, in the U.S., what we do, it's like, oh my God. Oh my God!
But
now I know why the French hate America. I know why the French hate Americans.
Yeah, I think that's just people abroad. They're unused to the way they make tea, for instance, or they don't make chips like they do at home. Stuff like that.
Yes.
So people speak loudly because what they're used to, they assume is a superior product or way of living.
And that's exactly.
It's not necessarily so. It's just what they're used to. That's all.
That's right. And that's exactly what I'm really stating. And that was how it always comes across. I remember another point that these young guys from Denver were in another part of Paris, and they're just the loudest, the most boisterous, the most condescending individuals you want to hear.
Yeah, Denver.
And if that's
of course, all you need to do is say Denver. No. That's all.
No, I know. No, this was in Paris, but they were from Denver.
Yeah, Denver.
And there was never a place you could go, Brussels, Paris, London, that you wouldn't hear the Americans because they were the loudest of the entire room.
Yeah, I don't know. Americans don't have an indoors voice. It's like they're always yelling at each other in the wilderness. Yeah.
There we go. And they're not really doing it with others. They're doing it to others. They want everybody to overhear their conversation. They want everybody to know their most inner secrets.
Well, they don't have the English, the British malaise, which is crippling insecurity. They're not dragged down by a sense of inferiority, like we are. We grumble under our breath, and Americans express their opinion at top volume. Which, by the way, I know, ironically, you are on this show, Aidan. You have by far the clearest line of anybody that's called this show so far, and you're calling from 5,000 miles away. Gary texts, are we in any doubt what's really gone on with this Portugal fiasco? Just a few days after two English football teams play in the final of the richest game in European football, Portugal suddenly comes off the green list. I'm telling you now, a deal was done in the desert on the oh, never mind. Some Portuguese name I'm inexplicably unable to pronounce at the moment. It's all very suspicious. And by an amazing coincidence, Michael Gove happened to be there. Isn't that coincidental?
No.
Shane emails, I'm in Arizona, sat in glorious 102.2 Fahrenheit or 39 degrees C for your listeners. If you have had 2 jabs here, then you can go about your business as if the pandemic hadn't happened. Bars, restaurants fully open. Spent 2 weeks in Cancun. Really? Sunny Cancun, eh? 2 weeks in Cancun to circumnavigate the 14-day ban on UK persons travelling to the USA, he says. I think COVID-19 shots should include a few beers to incentivise the take-up. Pity you could only have 2 jabs. Right. Beverly, hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, couple of things. Seeing as we're on America at the minute, things might liven up because Trump is starting his new tour of rallies. He's starting a new rally in North Carolina next week.
Right, he's going to concentrate on the Dingling states. Yeah, North Carolina.
Absolutely. And you remember when he came out with bleach in that statement? It seemed to hit everyone that there was... Where did that come from? There was no connection. Well, it's actually emerged that he made friends with Andrew Wakefield, MMR vaccine guy, and his mate was making bleach, which he was selling to try and to correct people the kids who had suffered from the vaccine.
Now, wait a minute.
Right. I know it's a
This
bit
is very, very confusing. Now, bleach was going to correct children. What, they were going to dip them in them, or...?
No, they were going to give these kids this to contradict what had happened from the MMR vaccine. And that was what they were marketing in the USA.
But now, how did you take it? I mean, did you slather it on you, or
you swallowed
it? You swallowed it, right?
Swallowed it.
Okay.
Okay.
You swallowed bleach.
Warning!
Do not try this at home,
Absolutely.
kids.
Now, this is very mild bleach that this guy manufactured.
Oh, well, that
in
makes
his-
a big
in his
difference.
own home.
Yeah.
Now, when COVID came out, the same guy used the same marketing things to market the same product to save you from COVID.
Right.
And this guy talked to Donald Trump 2 days before Donald Trump came out with his bleach.
Right.
Speech.
Well, Donald Trump probably did, a lot of personal investigation on it, and made an intelligent decision.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Or something.
Or it's just a parrot. But what I found out about originally was about Boris and the 21st and the change of things with Portugal. And he sent out his transport secretary to explain what had happened. And what he actually said was, if you look back at the speech carefully, he said, we will do everything it takes to enable the 21st of June to go ahead so we can release things.
Right.
So this is a political bit that they desperately want to be able to release everything on the 21st of June, irrespective of public health.
Well, they keep going on about it's data, not date, but it is date, not data. And by the way, why was the game played in Portugal? Why? Why was the game played in Portugal? It makes no sense at all to send thousands of people to another country to suck up whatever virus variant is over there and then bring it back in a moment of a worldwide pandemic, just barely getting on top of it, just at this point, and then we go and do that. What was the point of that? Please explain it to me.
I can explain it to you, because it would have broken their own rules to allow it to be played in the UK.
What rules? What rules?
The rules they set up about people coming in, quarantining, so people couldn't come in, quarantine for long enough to allow it to be played.
But what people? Who?
UEFA officials.
Oh, please. UEFA official? Are you kidding me?
No, I'm not. This is why it actually happened. That we said, no, you can't come in. UEFA officials can't come in without quarantining because you are coming from amber states. And therefore, we refused to have it in England.
Right. What if they were taking part in a pilot scheme like Michael Gove? Because he seemed to have been able to get around the rules and regulations by taking part in a pilot scheme, whatever that means.
They could have got inventive, but the whole thing about this is politically driven, that they are determined to open up, as they said, on the 21st of June. Yeah. Because if they don't think that if they can't do that, they think the public will turn on them.
I don't think there's any amount of punishment that this public will not take.
Well, I think that if they turned around on the 21st of June and said, we're not opening up, I think that would be serious for them. So
I bet they could keep us indoors for the rest of our lives and nobody would make a peep of complaint. And if they did, then they would be labelled COVIDiots and the rest of society would be trained to boo at them. Boo! They'd go.
Well, let's face it, if he can get inventive enough to say he's been married twice, but he's never been married and divorced, so he can get married in a Catholic church.
Well, they bent themselves into a pretzel knot to try to get around that, didn't they? According to us, he's never been married before. It was a figment of your imagination, Bodger. Yeah, all right. Thanks a lot, Mike. Don't get me started on that. Abdullah tweets, I too was annoyed when I heard about Gove and this pilot scheme. But then I read that there are 40,000 others taking part, with Downing Street being one of the employers taking part. So it's not just a pilot scheme for Michael Gove. We can calm down now. Yeah, it is. It's a pilot scheme for Michael Gove. Are you kidding me? If no such thing existed, do you really think that he would have obeyed the rules just like the rest of us? Do me a favour, pilot scheme my eye. Simon says, could it possibly be because they want people to spend money here in the UK over the summer rather than Europe? Just a thought. Well, not really. I mean, if they really wanted money to be spent in this country, then we'd let tourists in. The Brits don't spend money here, not much, on holiday, not compared to tourists, because it's still our money. Whereas you go abroad and you get funny money, don't you? And it doesn't really mean anything to you anymore. You just like throwing it around. Oh, it's one of these 20s for a drink. Yeah, sure, why not? And you don't do the maths or anything like that. And so it's like monopoly money. But when it's actual real money, then you know how much stuff costs, and you rein it in a bit. Yeah, people in this country going on holiday don't spend as much as tourists going on holiday. So if it was all about the money, honey, then our borders truly would be open. Let's go as far away as it's possible to without actually leaving the planet. Perth. Gary.
Hi, Nick.
Gary.
How are you?
I'm great, mate. What's the weather like?
Pretty cold, actually. It's about 9 degrees. Nice.
What? I guess it's the middle of winter there, right?
Yeah, it's a very, very brief period of cool.
Cool, right.
Yeah. All right, so why I was calling anyway, I've just been looking into the vaccine rollout, and that's like the main victory point for Boris at the moment.
Yeah.
And I was looking at a Vox documentary. It was talking about the vaccine procurement from different nations.
Mm-hmm.
So basically, like, Canada have 300 million plus doses secured. America have 4 per person. Britain coming at 7 per person.
Wow.
And I was just thinking, wouldn't it be more in everyone's interest if those resources were pooled in a global effort to get everyone out of COVID?
Of course it would, yeah, because if we don't vaccinate everybody, assuming that you believe in vaccinations, which I do, if you don't vaccinate everybody on Earth, then the variants will keep coming.
Exactly, that's my point. Yeah, it just seems like it would be in everyone's interest, and you wouldn't have to have the amber, red and green list anymore.
Right, exactly. Yeah, we could go and reclaim what we can dimly remember as normal life.
No, yeah, that's my brief point anyway, Nick.
Right.
Thanks for having me on.
Okay, Gary, it sounds like you picked probably the best place in the world to hold up, outside possibly of New Zealand. Perth.
100%.
It probably won't touch you there in Perth. I mean, is there actually a problem in Perth? Because it's so far away from anywhere in Australia, isn't it?
Yeah, it's actually the most isolated city in Australia. It's about 1,000 k's or 1,500 away from the nearest city.
Blimey.
So basically, about three or 4 weeks ago here, we had one guy who was doing security at at the quarantine hotels.
Yeah.
And he tested positive, and the entire city was in lockdown for 1 week.
Wow.
And that's the only real run-in with COVID I've had.
And so what's life like there now? Are bars and restaurants open? Can people go about the place without masks, with masks? What's it like?
Yeah, it's basically like life is normal here, except for the only difference is when you go into shops, etc., you have to scan for the WA Safe app, so you're just basically you're registering that you are there.
Yeah.
So that if someone does get COVID, then they can like track and trace, basically. Yeah.
Yeah. So, but apart from that, life is completely normal. Like nightclubs, how about that?
Yeah, 100% normal. Everything's just as it was.
Blimey. Normal or normal for Australia?
Well, if you were over the other side of the country in Melbourne, you're not so lucky.
Right.
They're going back into another lockdown. So.
Oh, okay. Well, you're probably safe in splendid isolation in Perth.
Yes, I am.
Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot. Yeah, I bet. Will emails. What's the point of getting the vaccine if there's a new variant every few months? You know, I had this feeling a while ago when everything seemed to be on the up. Everything seemed to be, we're finally over that. And Bodge was laying out his road map. And I thought, in fact, I remember saying it on the air. I thought, if this is just a smooth transition back from this to normal life, then I'm a bean bag. I just couldn't see it. Like there's going to be no more bumps on the road. Bodger's got everything in control. Yeah, right. Carol says, my son is currently in a hot air balloon experiencing sunrise on the Gold Coast. To think that at the start of the pandemic, I tried to tell him he would be better off coming home. I don't know. I'd get him out of that hot air balloon basket as soon. I'm assuming that he is in a basket under a balloon, not actually in the balloon. If he's in the balloon, then he's got big problems. Huge. Southampton. Hello, Simon.
How you doing, Nick? All right?
Yeah, good, thanks.
I've got some good news and some bad news. What do you want first?
Oh, no. Now, is there a way around in which it's funnier?
I don't know about funnier, but I'll give you a clue. Go for the bad news first. I would if I was you.
I think I'll have the bad news first, please.
Oh, good choice. Well, I'm very sorry to have to tell you this.
Yeah.
But very shortly we are going to have a huge, massive unemployment crisis.
Unemployment crisis, right.
Unemployment crisis, okay. Along with an unemployment, a homeless crisis.
Yes.
Along with the fallout from Brexit crisis.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the bad news.
That's the bad news. Okay, well, I would have checked, but that's not the good news. That's the bad news.
No,
right, okay.
that's the bad
so we'll
news.
draw a line under that. And what's the good news?
Okay. The good news is it's all on Boris Johnson's shoulders. And by the end of that, either we are going to be completely crazy, or we'll see the light and get rid of him.
Yeah, I wouldn't hold my breath about the getting rid of him part.
Well, all I'm thinking is that, the thing is, none of this needed to happen. And I'm not talking about the way that he's handled the pandemic, but the bits that come along with it, like the rent thing, the employment thing,
right.
and, if we'd had a universal basic income, all bases would have been covered. And there wouldn't be any of this coming up on the horizon.
Yeah, I think that the universal basic income thing is a non-starter for right-wingers, because they immediately pivot to, this is money that the poor will just take on board, and then they will just lie around all day drinking Stella and watching afternoon television. It will disincentivize them to work because they think that the rest of us are that stupid.
I know, but the thing is, I mean, is it controversial if I were to call right-wing people stupid? I mean, I'm not saying, I'm not
tiny bit controversial, yeah.
Well, I'm not saying that that's a fact, but you've only got to look at America. Now, you tell me that those people on the right wing aren't stupid. I mean,
Well, I think what you're saying is that it's probably not in their best interest to keep voting for a party that is run by and for the benefit of billionaires. That's probably not in the best interest of people who aren't billionaires.
Well, my father is a case in point, okay? Now me and my father have fallen out. We're patching it up now. but we've had the biggest falling out we ever had.
Yeah, I bet I know. I don't say it. I bet I know what it is.
Well, it is the B word.
The B word, yeah. The B word.
And unfortunately, now, media outside of the Sun comic and the Daily Mail comic and the BBC, well, not the BBC as such, but, terrestrial television, that's the only media that sort of comes their way. And he managed to find himself on YouTube looking at people that
agree with him.
Well, no, it's not that they agree with him, though. It's just he thinks that he agrees with them. Now, we're not talking about your Tom Robinsons and people like that, but we're talking about people who are on the equivalent of Farage. They just don't have the fame to go with it. filling his head with poison.
Filling his head with...
This is absolute tosh.
Absolute tosh,
Yeah.
yes.
Anyway, so then a few weeks ago, now I have to be very careful now when politics comes up.
Yeah.
If I happen to be there.
I have some good advice at the end of this, but go ahead.
Yeah, sausages and dingleberries.
Exactly.
Yeah, but the thing I could have done with that advice before we had our argument. But anyway, the thing is, he said to me, because I'm very sort of hot on the fact that for years we as a people have been indoctrinated to believe that there's no money and that we're poor, right? We can't, and you get it now. You get people coming on now. Well, you can't have immigrants coming here because my daughter is in her 30s and she can't get a mortgage and there are no council houses. Well, hang on a minute. Let the immigrants come, build them houses, and sort your daughter out. It's always got to be this either or. We're poor.
I heard Uncle Nigel on the TV, was it today or it was this week, I think, and he was bleating on about refugees that have come here. He says 20,000 refugees have come here and they're filling up hotels all across the country. Well, they're very small hotels, though, aren't they? Hotels all across the country. Really? Is that a fact?
let me just finish my bit about my dad, if I can. But I also wanted to just say that I heard that he was selling tickets for some rallies in America, and a load of people were booking without even intending to turn up, which is hilarious.
They were doing a Trump thing. You remember Trump's ding-a-ling rally? All those TikTok kids tried to they booked tickets online with no intention of showing up, so we played to an empty hall. And in fact, Nigel Farage was going to be the guest speaker on the outside overflow stage, but there wasn't even enough people to fill up the arena, let alone the outside.
Nigel Farage is going to have a rally where he's going to be guest speaker and the guest. Anyway, just quickly about my dad, right? So we was talking about the furlough and everything else that was going on, and he said to me, I can't believe it. Now, this is a bloke who is a working person, has brought up a family, has struggled his whole life, right? And has never asked for anything, and literally has always been on the breadline, right? But done everything properly. And he said and he votes Tory, and he said to me, do you know what? He goes, I couldn't believe it. I cannot believe the amount of money that has become available. And I went, well, what does that tell you then? Because it is there. And now you've got these people going on about, this debt that we've got. I mean, they've already written the next chapter for the right wing, because the way that the right wing are going to suppress everything is by bleating on about this debt. Well, this debt doesn't really exist because it's money that we owe ourselves. We don't owe it to anybody. So it can be just written off or just go along with it. But
I'm not sure. Simon, I've got to go because I'm past the break, but thanks a lot. I'm going to have to... he mentioned sausages and dingleberries, which is something that Carol McGiffin and I have for the exact reason that he fell out with his dad. I'll tell you about that after the break. This is excellent life advice. Okay, this is excellent advice. Now, that bloke that I was talking to just before, he mentioned the phrase sausages and dingleberries. Excuse me. I do a podcast with Carol McGiffin.
Oh, right, yeah.
Now, Carol McGiffin is wrong about everything. and when I say everything, I do mean everything.
Yeah.
But particularly wrong about politics. And she and I would violently disagree about every subject under the sun. But when it comes to politics, we're on the edge of slamming the phone down and never speaking to each other again. So we've got a code, sausages and dingleberries, which we yell out. Those are our safe words. Hers is sausages and mine is dingleberries. If either of us yell that safe word out, then we must immediately stop talking about whatever it was that got us to that position in the first place and instantly start to speak about a prearranged subject. Now, it might not be easy to arrange a subject previous to any conversation that you have with your parents, for instance. I mean, in real life, it might be a bit difficult to always have a subject, a topic with which to pivot to. But just talk about anything else. Just understand that you've reached a point of potential explosion, and start talking about something else immediately. And this does go doubly extra much so. Doubly extra much so for talking to your parents or your offspring. Don't do it. You'll start screaming at each other. You will see a side of the other person that you don't want to see, and you'll never be able to think of them in the same way again. And it'll be ages before you can have a chat like normal people, because it'll be too much loss of face. You'll be fuming forever. So trust me when I tell you to yell out your safe word. Even if you don't have a topic to go to, you can agree on safe words. Just pick a word that you wouldn't ordinarily say and make it that. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
Let's have Spalding Moor. David.
Hi, Nick. How are we doing?
Good, thanks. Where's Spalding Moor?
It's smack bang in the middle between Hull and York.
Is it? Well, that sounds marvellous.
Aye, sunny East Yorkshire.
Yeah. Okay. It's famous for its sun, Yorkshire.
Not as famous as Glasgow, mind you.
No, of course not. No. Nowhere is. But anyway.
I've just got a wee question for you.
Yes.
Why is it when Brits go abroad, and for some reason, rather than try and learn the foreign language, we'll just try and shout?
To foreigners. Not to each other. When we're speaking of foreigners, rather than communicate with them in their own language, we just shout English louder. Yeah, that'll work. Yeah, just like it's not a comprehension problem. It's an auditory problem. Yeah, volume is what's required. Yeah. Well spotted there, David. That was it? I think that was it. All right, good work. Thanks a lot, mate. When I'm abroad, I just, I don't know whether it's a traitorous thing to say, but I just don't like hearing British people when I'm abroad. It just rubs me up the wrong way. I mean, we all go abroad to leave Britain behind. I mean, specifically, that's literally what we're doing. We don't want to bring it with us. I guess that's not we, is it? That's an I. That's just me. I don't want to bring Britain with me. I mean, I'm going abroad, spending a boatload of money to go abroad to be in not Britain. What I don't want is like the English cafe serving egg and chips all day long. In a foreign country. I don't want that. I don't want the Union Jack flying outside of some bar in Spain. Why would anybody want that? Stay in Britain, you want a Union Jack flag flying outside a bar. Please don't call me and say it's not the Union Jack if you're not at sea. It's like the only thing anybody's ever learned about this country. And they're willing to trot it out every time they're here. Oh, no, they got that one wrong. Now, I'll go abroad in order not to be in Britain. I don't want to drag Britain with me, and I specifically don't want to hear British people. I want to hear the mellifluous hum of foreign people. I want to hear them talking about things that I don't understand. I want to hear accents that are novel on the ear. I want to hear them just, wittering away indecipherably, undecipherably. Indie or undie? I'm going to go indie. Indecipherably. No, under. I think there's something wrong with me this evening. And people are thinking, this evening? Kath texts, why is it perfectly okay to call the Kent variant for the past 6 months and be dubbed, correctly, Plague Island by the rest of the world, but now we've got to rename them all and call the Indian variant the Delta variant? I'm so sick of this politically correct mumbo-jumbo. Even coronavirus is woke now, says Kath. Oh, God, she said woke. Oh, no. I never want to hear that word again. Never, ever, 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 ever want to hear that word again. I mean it. But it does seem a bit weird. I mean, I started out this show, God, it seems so long ago, with exactly that. It just doesn't seem to make sense from a public health perspective. Because if you call it the Indian variant, you know where you are, and you know where you don't want to be. India. You can make plans to not go to India, for instance. Or to mix with people who have just come back from India. But if it's called the Delta variant, who can remember where that's from? Bad news, as you just heard, is that this summer there may be a shortage of Weetabix. Oh, no. Because if there's anything that spells summer, it's a big bowl of Weetabix. The stuff you hear on the news, eh? Carl texts, I think the reason the French hate the Americans is more because of their French fries. Come up with your own name, he says. I'm sure we can just call them fries to describe the skinny variety. Do Americans have chunky potato chips? Brackets, English variety. Well, they call potato chips, or they call crisps, rather, potato chips. So it gets very, very confusing. If only they spoke English. Americans have loaded potato skins. Ooh, so yummy. It's fried, as far as I'm aware. No, maybe baked. Baked potato skins, where you scoop out the middle, and you put sour cream and hot sauce and cheese all over it. So yummy. But I don't know about the chunky potato chips, whatever they would call them. Potato fries. You got any fries? County Durham. Hello, AJ.
Oh, hello, Nick. Thank you for taking my call.
Thank you for making your call.
I thought it was canny advice as you were saying it, Well, I've not heard you on the last one, but it says that you had to make up a code word. Real good advice.
Right.
Nevertheless, it's not what I called for. It's just I thought I'd chip in about this misapprehension that people who voted to leave the EU and the referendum are unhappy for whatever reason.
Well, they seem to be, I don't know about unhappy, but they seem to be angry still.
I cannot see why. I'm speaking for myself and what I believe would be the majority.
Yes.
That the moment the result was announced, I was happy, I was content, I'd got exactly what I wanted, and I got exactly the reason I'd voted for.
Right, but what did you want?
I wanted definite sovereignty for the legislature.
But what does that mean, though?
That government stays in Westminster. For me, Nick...
but when you say the government stays in Westminster, I mean, no country is completely sovereign. No country can make up their own rules because they want to trade with other countries that will insist on their rules.
I understand what you're saying.
You make you come to an agreement, which is exactly what we had before.
Nick, perhaps you don't realise how far away London and Westminster seems from here. And following the referendum, what went on following it, I thought that completely justified the reason that we did vote.
Right, but you don't imagine that the people in Westminster now have your interests more at heart than did the people who used to be in Europe?
Oh, dear God. Nicky's got years left. I truly believe he will expose himself to be who he is. I'm not very happy with this government.
Please rephrase that. Boris Johnson expose himself?
Disgusting.
Oh, the very thought. Somebody get me a bucket.
I had the idle thought when that earlier caller was talking.
Even Carrie doesn't want to see that.
Hey, Tony, you're a wicked mind. I was nowhere near that.
I see. It's my fault. Right.
My thoughts, like I had an earlier caller on saying that the right wing is stupid. I think any wing is stupid. Basically any politics is stupid.
Yeah. Everybody is stupid. All the entire human race are idiots. There's absolutely no doubt about that.
It can only be attributable to human error.
Everything that ails the world is the responsibility of human beings. It's our fault.
Absolutely. There's people who would make it a better world, but there's not the ability there. No.
Well, they keep getting shouted
all
down.
The money lies within capitalism. We don't stand a chance.
Well,
and you know what I fear? That things will get so bad, we may even come under a Chinese hegemony, God forbid.
Well, if you're concerned about being ruled by an authoritarian, as China is, then you may be too late, AJ. I think it may have come to pass already. We have more cameras pointing at us, the people in this country, than any other country in the world per head of population. We are more under surveillance than any nation on Earth. London has more CCTV cameras than any city in the world apart from Beijing. I think Shanghai may also be on the list in front of London. But apart from 2 Chinese cities, London is the most surveilled city on Earth. And you would ask yourself, why? And I suspect that they just throw the cameras up and award themselves all of this technology of control and think, well, we'll just think of something to do with it later. But let's put it up now. And we'll think of something to do with it later. Corey says, it doesn't matter how many people wear masks, get vaccinated and social distance because we're all going to be in another lockdown by October.
Oh, no.
He says it's a vicious circle and will be for many years to come. We need to let it run its course naturally like any other virus. Who knows what side effects will occur in the long run from the vaccine? Well, we'll find out, I suppose, won't we? We'll all find out together. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Not really. Adrian says, with incentives for getting the COVID vaccine, I think it's only a matter of time before it's turned into a game show. Come on down. Stubbington. Chris.
Hello, Nick.
Chris.
Hello. I was just wondering, did you happen to see that program on Channel 4 the other night about the anti-vax conspiracy?
No.
Oh, guess who's behind all the conspiracies?
How do you mean?
Dr. Andrew Wakefield is out in America peddling all sorts of myths that COVID is a hoax. He's also getting people to inject their children with bleaches and all sorts of things. It's well worth a watch because when you see it, you think, bloody hell, you think this guy is even more dangerous now he's been kicked out.
Right, well, I didn't see it, so I've got absolutely no idea, but he may or may not be, depending.
Oh, it definitely is, because when I spoke to a researcher, she also had seen it, and she was like, yeah, it was really, really quite scary.
Right.
And that was shown on Tuesday at 9 o'clock last Tuesday.
Well, if only there was a way to, catch up and watch it later.
Oh, it's definitely worth a catch-up. But, yeah, I just can't believe that guy is still out there peddling all this and scaring the bejesus out of people. I mean, it's just so nuts.
Well, there's a lot that's nuts around at the moment, Chris. No doubt about that. All right, thanks for the warning.
Take care. Thank
Okay,
you.
cheers, mate. Don't fire up that Channel 4 catch-up device, because you may be stuck with that documentary. No thanks. Adrian said, no, I've read that. Read that one. Oh, here we go. Steph says, why would you want to travel in a global pandemic? I just don't understand these people booking holidays. This was bound to happen and will certainly continue. Stay at home, please, shouts Steph in all capital letters. Yeah, it don't make no sense, really. I mean, I can understand a couple of weeks ago, or even just a week ago, people just couldn't stand the weather anymore. And I couldn't stand it either. It seemed to have been cold forever. And, where are we? January, February, March, April, May. April was really nice. It was oddly, weirdly nice, apart from it being blooming freezing. I mean, it was clear blue skies, sunshine, every day for about a month. Really odd weather. But because it looked nice from the inside, you went outside and you went, oh, no, forget it. This is too cold. I can't go out in this. So it was almost teasing us with what looked like beautiful weather, but actually wasn't. I mean, that wind that was just freezing. So I think that sort of set in motion. I've been feeling it more so this year than I can remember previous years. And maybe that was it. Maybe that's exactly what it was. It looked like summer, but it wasn't. So it showed it to you, showed you summer, but then didn't let you have it. And then last month was raining all the time, and so it just piled on the misery, and you thought, oh, I can't stand it anymore. When's it going to get warm? And so I could understand that people just would want to get away. You know, I mean, apart from anything else, we deserve it, don't we? A break, a bit of enjoyment, laugh a little. You can remember laughing, can't you?
No.
No. So I get that people would want to go away, but exactly right. What do you expect? Of course you're going to get stuck with it. It's a worldwide pandemic. James says, Dominic Cummings should have said the same thing about going to Barnard Castle on a pilot scheme. It was a pilot scheme. Yeah, it's a pilot scheme. It's not like the government is gaslighting you and it's one rule for Michael Gove and another rule for everybody else. They're not poking you with a sharp stick again just to see if, how many times they can do it before you raise a finger of complaint. You know, like a fat, lazy dog. You just poke it and poke it and poke it, and it just takes it and takes it and takes it. That's what we are. That's how they think we are. A fat, lazy dog. Thanks a lot, Boris. Rude. Paul texts, why on earth do we have an amber list? There should be two lists, red and green, no in between. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me, does it? We know what red means, don't we? Red means stop. It means specifically do not go. That's what red means. Everybody knows what red means. And people know what green means. Green means go. Amber, on the other hand, means go faster. Doesn't it? Yes. Particularly if you are in a hatchback. I can see you. Anyway, he says, why on earth do we have an amber list? There should be two lists, red and green, no in between. The only loophole is essential travel to any country. By the way, in all the madness, the government are allowing the NHS to sell our private data unless we opt out. Yeah, I was talking about this last Sunday. Yeah. A lot of people, I bet a lot of people still don't know about this. The NHS are going to sell your private data. They're going to sell your medical records, all of them. As in everything you've ever told a doctor, unless you opt out. And your option for opting out is narrowing rapidly. I think you've got maybe a couple of weeks tops, something like that. I'd forgotten about that. I mean, I was talking about it for about an hour last Sunday, and I completely forgot about it. I was going to opt out this week, but I forgot to opt out.
Oh, no.
So I'll have to do it. I'll have to remember not to forget to do it this week. Otherwise, that's it. Unless you opt out by a certain date. From memory, don't take this from me. Look it up. I think it's the 23rd. I think you've got to opt out by the 23rd. Or it might be the 6th. You might have missed the date already. I got no idea. Anyway, look it up. And it concludes, Boris Johnson's previous marriages are invalid. Is he literally... I guess I had to take this all as a piece rather than interrupt it. Then it would make sense. Shall I start it again?
No.
Why on earth do we have an amber list? There should be 2 lists, red and green, no in between. The only loophole is essential travel to any country. By the way, in all the madness, the government are allowing the NHS to sell our private data unless we opt out. Boris Johnson's previous marriages are invalid. Is he literally turning his life into that weird season of Dallas where it was all a dream and Bobby Ewing came back from the dead? About a few years ago now, about maybe 5 years ago, I set myself the task to watch every episode of Dallas. You know, homework. And I managed it, apart from the season where Bobby Ewing died and then came back from the dead. I thought, I am not spending an entire year in Bobby Ewing's dream state. No way, not doing it. That's just silly. Lester. Hello, Abdul.
How are you doing? In the UK?
Abdul.
Yeah, how are you? You okay?
Yeah, good, thanks.
Thanks for letting me on, finally. You know.
So, what's up, Abdul?
Yeah, no, I was just saying about the Portugal issue.
Yes.
Like Amber, as you were talking about just now. I think what is that the scientists, as many scientists, they are loggerheads with each other. I think they confuse themselves. In fact, Portugal is even in a bit of a furor right now, having been cancelled from all the people.
Yeah.
Obviously, right? And in Portugal, there's many businesses are going to go down under because they made preparations for all the intake of people coming over.
That's right.
There was a program earlier this afternoon regarding this. But anyway,
I can imagine the amount of money that a hotel must have to spend to get up and running. I mean, it must take weeks, apart from anything else. You can't just switch a hotel on. You've got to hire the staff, you've got to buy the food, you've got to buy the drinks, and the
all that,
the little umbrellas that go in the drinks, all of that stuff.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's all been cancelled. But the thing is, look, I don't think they know what they're doing. On the other side, in a few days, in a few days' time, there's a G7 summit in Cornwall, and they're all coming. And it's going to be not just not just Macron and a few other world leaders. There's going to be a whole entourage of people coming.
Plane loads of people,
plane loads of
thousands
people coming.
and thousands of people with all of their hangers on and their flunkies and their security and their their hot assistants. Yeah.
Where's all this social distancing and all that?
There won't be any. They'll all be on a pilot scheme with Michael Gove. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's what I'm saying. So you really can't trust. I mean, I lost trust a good few years back in politics. In fact, in our government a long time ago.
Well, what was it that did it for you? What did you say? Right, that's it.
There was two main things. One was bombing the heck out of Afghanistan and then going into Iraq and Iraq as well. When we had the bogus dossier, we had the claim that we could be attacked in 45 minutes.
Yeah.
Then the bogus, we kept on hearing every single day weapons of mass destruction.
So it was Tony Blair that did it for you.
That whole scenario, absolutely, I lost complete trust. And since then, I just cannot trust them anymore. Right. I simply cannot.
So it's Tony Blair and George W.
Absolutely.
That did it for you.
Yeah, that just completely.
But you said two things.
Yeah, when I say two, I mean two times, twice mainly. Mainly, first initially, I knew that they used an excuse of Osama bin Laden to go and bomb the heck out of Afghanistan. Yeah. There was no need to do that. If they really, MI5 is there, Mossad is there, all these supposedly clever people are there who can go in and they can do their things internally without bombing the heck out of the whole country. They've done that in Iraq. There's over 1 million people in Iraq. Right? They're saying Saddam Hussein was this, whatever he was.
Yeah.
But why do you kill over 1 million people in the process? And we're still doing it, and it's still happening in Gaza right now, and we're still just going along with the flow of the river. And
we're bringing our special form of diplomacy to those that need it the most. Yeah, it's what we do. Here, Abdul, I'm going to have to go, but I feel your disappointment. See, he's not angry, he's just disappointed. in politics. Thanks a lot, Tony Blair. You see what you've done? And get a haircut, hippie. Paul says, could it be that a Tory donor or a private equity firm connected with a member of the government is hoping to buy an airline on the cheap when they go into administration? Just a thought. Well, it's a thought that hadn't occurred to me, but it's occurring to me now. Blimey. I wouldn't be remotely surprised. Not for a single second. Nothing that this regime will do, I don't think will surprise me from now on. I mean, once they ban protests, everything else is ripe and ready. You can't protest as one person. You can't gather in groups of more than 0. That's what they're doing. No more than 0 protests are acceptable to the current regime. And anybody who breaks this rule will get a personal visit from Prissy Patel. Bob texts, not true at all. What isn't? Well, read on, you idiot, and you'll find out. Not true at all, says Bob. I'm from India, lived in the US and the UK. Brits are the loudest, most boisterous. The excessive drinking contributes somewhat. Yeah. Well, one thing that Americans don't seem to do when they go abroad is fight in the streets. And they don't get so paralytically drunk that they fall over in the road. I've not noticed Americans do that. They may talk loudly, but they don't have our relationship with refreshment.
Booze.
Exactly. I don't think anybody does. Maybe some Eastern Europeans might just conceivably drink as much as we do, but apart from that, apart from them, I think we're out there on our own. We are number one for consuming vast amounts of the Vino Collapso, or whatever we can get our hands on. If we can't get that and the shops are shut, we'll drink perfume. We don't care. Daryl says, if Michael goes on a pilot scheme, can't he fly everyone back? These are the jokes, folks. If he's on a pilot scheme, can't he fly everyone back? A listener with material.
Oh, no.
That's all we need. And Kev tweets, Michael Gove, a Chelsea fan. How long's that been going on? I don't know. What are you asking me for? Chris says, I'm having a debate with my wife over the first programme of the new series. Wait, what? Hi, Nick. I'm having a debate with my wife over why the first programme of a new series is called a pilot episode. She thinks it's because the creators want to see if it takes off. I think it's something else. Can you shed any information on this at all?
No.
No is the answer to that. But thanks for asking, Chris. I appreciate the query. Pilot episode. I don't know. But I'm certainly not going to look it up, if that's what you're asking. Peter text, do you think that Michael Gove's safe word is pilot scheme? I saw him I didn't see him. I saw a picture of him sitting outside a shop having a cigarette in direct contravention of the rules. I was going to talk about this tonight. Maybe I'll talk about it tomorrow. Smoking outside of pubs and shops and so on. The government wants to stamp it out. And there was Michael Gove having a fag outside a shop. He's probably on a pilot scheme from that, too. Lorraine texts, I'm like you, Nick, when I'm abroad. I don't want to hear an English accent. Anywhere I see English breakfast signs is a no-go from me. I want to mingle with locals only. Oh, Lorraine. Keep your private life to yourself.
Disgusting.
Mingle? Martin tweets, you'd love Vietnam. I spent over 9 months there, predominantly in the Mekong, and only heard a couple of Brit voices. I could hear a lone American, but he was about 100 kilometres away. offensive. Anyone got a charger for an iPad? Zach emails, have you ever tried grits? A porridge made from boiled oatmeal. Well, isn't that just porridge? Isn't porridge boiled oatmeal? Or is oatmeal something different from... What's oatmeal? God, the questions that have been thrown out on this show. Why is it called a pilot scheme? I mean, you wouldn't want your pilot to be in a pilot scheme, would you? Exactly. So why is it called a pilot scheme? And what's oatmeal if it's not porridge? Boiled oatmeal, that sounds like porridge to me. It's not a porridge made from boiled oatmeal. It's porridge, Zach. Lewisham. Hello, Barry.
Hello there.
Hello there.
Good morning, Nick.
Yes, Barry.
A few months ago, we discussed Sweden, and and I mean, I've always been of the view that this whole lockdown is basically covering up for initial failure, all right? And someone should have done something at the start last January, and we're still repeating the same things. And it seems that we've picked the worst available alternative, because we're encouraging the variants to keep growing.
It seems to be the way. Yeah, it's either a coincidence or that's the plan. Yeah.
Yeah, it's one of the two. It's either accident or design, right? But it does appear that if you give it the space, right, then it's going to keep coming back and growing.
Exciting new variants, yeah.
Yeah, whereas if you just sort of allowed it to progress properly in the first instance and go through, do its round once, it doesn't have the chance to grow again.
Well, I don't know that's true. I think it doesn't sound like it's true. That sounds like the opposite of the truth.
Well, I'm wondering. Well, this is why I wonder about Sweden. And I'm sort of okay, so that's sort of like our test. How's it going in Sweden? I don't know. I looked at the stats.
Yeah. I haven't looked at the stats in Sweden in a good long while. I know they're doing better than we are.
Yeah, I mean, their cases are around 2,000 a day. We're around that now. Their hospitalizations are quite low.
Sweden, coronavirus cases, just over 1 million. They've had 14,000 deaths and about 1 million recovered. That's from COVID cases, active cases. I can't. There's just graph after graph after graph. I can't. I can't.
I know. There's a few of them. I looked on the website. There's a few graphs.
I can't look that up now. Right. Okay.
So, I mean, it looks like we're sort of in a comparable position, except for we didn't protect any of our vulnerable. Therefore, we had lots and lots of deaths.
Yes.
And it seems like that's really what's actually happened.
The worst of all worlds. Yes. Yeah. We were late with absolutely everything and gave no thought, it didn't seem, to the safety of the most vulnerable. Yeah.
No, because it was quite obvious at the beginning when they said that this affects mainly the elderly and the most vulnerable, and that was at the very beginning.
That should have been a sign. Yeah,
really. My daughter's 14, was 13 at the time, and sort of she worked it out. And she asked, "Well, why are they sending back the older doctors back into the nursing, into the profession when they're vulnerable?"
Your daughter is 14.
Yeah,
and she figured that out, and a phalanx of old Etonians, and underline the word old. They couldn't figure it out. So, a 14-year-old. Can she start on Monday? Because there may be a vacancy at the very top.
I think she could probably do it, but I think it's just it occurs to me that, and it comes with, and again it links to Brexit. We seem to have accepted inadequacy and complacency as perfection for some reason, and it's leading down a very dangerous path, because lots and lots of things, as your previous caller was saying, I mean, he forgot to mention the inflation crisis, which is due to come. Right, The only reason we can't...
And the collapse of the property market, and the collapse of the stock market, and all these other assets that have been inflated by all this free money sloshing about the place.
Exactly. And all of that free money will have an impact, because it will inflate the prices, and this has started slowly, but inflation is going to creep in, and we're at 0% interest rate, so we're in the absolute worst of positions, and it appears that 11 years of lies has left us in this position, rather than deal with it at the financial crash time and then move on in the right way. They've divided and conquered.
Well, it's worse than that, Barry, because what they're about to do is deregulate what the slender regulations that were imposed on the financial finaglers, the finance racket. They're about to take away all of the impediments that financiers used to have to stop them ripping us off. You know, a couple of rules were placed upon them by the European Union and by consent America, and they want to take them away in order that they can start making all of that hot money again.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you remember, that was the point where I remember David Cameron was Britain voted against it. They vetoed that notion when they were part of the European Union, and then Brexit was all a big issue straight after then. So it's obvious that, you know what I mean, we're not looking at our own interests, and they've divided and conquered everyone so much that they're not able to think clearly anymore.
We're too busy fighting each other.
Yeah, they've given us lots of things to fight over, lots of different issues that are totally irrelevant.
We don't need them to give us issues to fight over. We're perfectly capable of coming up with issues all on our own. Don't worry about that.
We're fighting an empty room, that's us. Do you know what I mean? But yeah, I wonder when we're going to wake up, if we're going to wake up, if the majority...
Well, I think at the moment, the reason that people haven't quite realised where we are is that we're still set in aspic. We haven't really opened up, and only when we open up fully will we realise how much is closed down.
But you know what they're going to do again? The narrative will be that this is down to COVID. It's nothing to do with Brexit.
Always, forever. For decades now, anything negative that happens will be because of COVID. Yes, despite our best intentions and all of our efforts, it was COVID that did us in. And of course, if they find out that China actually did escape from a lab instead of just was the consequence of eating pangolin or whatever they're pointing the finger of blame at now. If it was that, then oh my God, then they'll be able to get away with anything forever, and any negative consequence will always be China's fault. China. Oh, you know, I do miss. Yeah, I almost expressed the thought I do miss Donald Trump, but then then I remembered. Daniel tweets, a Weetabix shortage. That's it. That's the final straw. He can't take it anymore. Bill says, French fries originated in France. Our chips are a British variant, so the Americans are right. Is that true? French fries originated in France. Who says? If we're differentiating the fries as in French fries are the thin ones that you get in burger restaurants, if that's what you're talking about, then why is that a French thing? There's so many questions on this show. If only we had somebody answering them, then this show would be educational, yes?
No.
Roger texts, Nick, we're in a pandemic. Long-distance travel is on its knees, so they reinvent a supersonic plane to get to India in 3.5 hours. Makes as much sense as anything else I've heard this year. Q. Lily.
Hello, Nick.
You're in Q.
Hello. I certainly am.
I was up your way just the other day. What a delight. The world's most fabulous garden is right there on your doorstep. How marvellous.
It's right opposite. I can see it from my place. It's
really?
Amazing.
Blimey, you must be made of money, Lily.
No, I've just got a very small place, that's all.
Okay, then.
Okay, I've got 3 things, so I'll be quick.
Yes.
First of all, the opt-out. I did some homework. I heard the opt-out guy on your show last week, and I filled in the form. And you're right, it is the 23rd of June.
Is it?
But
now we're talking about just back up a sec. We're talking about your medical records are about to be sold to the highest bidder for whatever nefarious reason they decide at some point in the future, and you can opt out, but you must do it by finding a form that is buried deep down on some government website. Good luck in finding it.
The nice the nice guy on your show gave a short, it's a short website, something.
So what was the procedure like then? I mean, I haven't looked it up myself, not yet.
Even I could do it. Even I could do it.
Wow.
Yeah.
Well, that is saying
so
something.
It's the standard thing. Just put your name and your address and your NHS number and.
Right.
But this is the thing.
And then they'll ignore it later. Yeah.
Exactly. That was the thing. I sent it off to the email they gave me. But how do I know they've done anything?
Right.
They might just have filed it in spam.
Yes.
So if you could get that guy back to tell us how to check, that would be brilliant.
Well, I wonder if there is. That's an interesting point, isn't it? I mean, they can say you can opt out, but you might actually be sending your email to a dormant account.
Exactly. And if the whole point of it is because they're so incompetent with our data in the first place, how do I know they've actually actioned the thing that I've asked them to action?
Well, yeah. I mean, if you had to bet one way or the other, you'd assume that they would have screwed it up, right?
I would say so.
Yeah. Or maybe
Too much
screwing it up.
conclusion.
Yeah, maybe screwing it up is the plan. Maybe they put you into a false sense of security, thinking, "Oh, yeah, don't worry about a thing. Everything is under control. You can opt out." But
exactly.
But in truth, there is no opt out. No, I don't know whether that's true or not. But I'm going to go through with it, and or maybe, and this is an unpleasant thought, Lily. Maybe by going through the process of opting out, you've actually put yourself on a list for the closest attention of Priti Patel. Maybe you've just put yourself in the spotlight, Lily.
Oh, don't give me nightmares, Nick. Oh, dear.
Sorry about
God, I've almost forgotten the key point. I've got just one other before I get to the main point.
Yes.
You know, you do your... what's it? I'm a good boy, I am. That's from My Fair Lady.
It is.
And it is. And in that, Henry Higgins' mother said to him, Henry, you should stick to two safe topics, your health and the weather. And someone pointed out this week that given anti-vax and climate change, you can't really even do that anymore.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, you can't. No, you could talk about holiday. Oh, no, you can't do that.
No. It's all off. Banned.
You could talk about Weetabix, except you won't be able to buy any.
Oh gosh,
no. God, I've run out.
Here, I have got one positive thing though.
Oh,
actually,
finally.
After all that moaning, well, it's a little theory I've had, and I really want to share it with you. With that, do you remember the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy?
Of course.
And it was obviously from the 70s. Now, there was a planet in it called Golga Frincha, and that was divided into the three arcs. Do you remember this? You had the A arc, which had the thinkers, and the C arc, which had the doers, and in the B arc, they put all the people who didn't think or do anything. This is the gist of it. Forgive me if I got the details incorrect.
Right.
And the thing was that the A and the C arc were wiped out because, the B arc contained the people who didn't think or do anything, which contained all middle management and telephone sanitizers, because it was the 70s.
Yes.
And then the A and the C arc were wiped out by a disease caused by a dirty telephone germ.
Right.
So they were just left with all the useless people in the B arc.
Yeah.
But if we compare that to the current unpleasantness, if you've got the thinkers, which are the scientists,
right,
and then the doers, which are the doctors and the ambulance people and all that, what have you got left in the middle? The anti-vaxxers. And I don't mean the people who can't take I mean the people who are deliberately spouting nonsense about not taking the vaccine.
Right.
Take it to its logical conclusion. If we all get the vaccinated get wiped out by this vaccine, then you're just going to be left with a load of anti-vaxxers, in which case I'd rather take my chance with the vaccine.
Well, you're going to be left with a boatload of people who don't have any purpose, any sort of useful reason for being, like...
Exactly, because all the doctors will be dead and all the scientists will be dead. So.
Right, so it would be a boatload of middle management and talk show hosts.
Right, yeah, and anti...
You can disagree with me anytime you like, Lily. I mean...
Oh, no, not the talk show host.
Oh,
sorry,
there you go.
It's a bit late.
Thank
it's a bit
you.
Late. Sorry.
Right. Okay. Was there something else?
No, that was it.
Right, excellent work. All right, I'll see you at the Palm House, Lily.
Sounds like a great idea.
All right, cheers, my dear. Babatund emails. I think Boris should have kept everyone in lockdown until everyone was vaccinated. It's the only way to keep the public safe. Well, you assume that keeping the public safe is their top priority. Just because they say it's their top priority doesn't mean to say it's their top priority.
Correct.
Moira says, Chris Packham was on Spring Watch on BBC Two this week watching Your Bird on a beach in Norfolk. Really? Don't get me started on that again. Anyway, Moira says it was a plover. Maybe it was, and maybe it wasn't. But what was it doing in Reading? Walsall. Hello, Mick.
Hiya, how are you, Nick?
Good, thanks.
I think the lockdown will end in June.
June? It's June already?
Well, the 22nd, isn't it?
Okay. 21st, yeah.
21st. And I know there's more people getting this variant now, but they're not going into hospital. So, and that's
not so far. I mean, I think that if... I think, like I know like I know anything, but it seems logical to me that if the variant has only just begun, it's only just begun, everybody sing, then it's going to take a while before it goes through the population enough to start putting people in hospital. Isn't that right? I mean, it's not straight away. It takes weeks, doesn't it?
It could be that people are refusing to go in hospital because they don't think they're going to come out. So,
right.
But I think it will definitely be lifted June the 2nd because they're not bothered about how many people die.
June 21st.
As long as they don't die in hospital.
Well, I'm not sure that's accurate. I think that's what hospitals are for by in large measure. It's for people to go and fall off the conveyor belt of life.
Well, there's 2 people died here in Bungalow. They didn't go to hospital. So...
Well, they didn't go to hospital because they thought it might not be good for them?
Yeah, wouldn't go.
Blimey. Well, that's alarming.
If they stay at home, they got more chance of surviving. And they both died.
Right.
But... I don't know.
So this is a happy story to end the show on, then, is it?
I do hope. Yeah, I do hope that it does end. I hope the masks go.
Yeah.
Because they're doing my head in. And I have
Is it the smell, Mick? The smell? Is it the smell of it?
They make me cough as well.
Well, you got to wash it though every now and again. It's every couple of months.
I know that. I put a new one in every time.
Give it a rinse.
Yeah. But I have got an answer to the Portugal thing.
Okay.
They want to get back here without going through quarantine.
Quantity.
It's 10 days, isn't it?
Yes.
Then buy yourself a dinghy and come across our channel.
Yeah, and see if you can...
no one will notice.
Yeah, see if you can avoid Prissy's warship. Yeah, best of luck with that. She'll push you out to sea and make you drown.
They're helping moment, haven't they?
See, this doesn't make any sense to me. They're saying to people from Portugal, okay, Portugal is a variant hotspot, so we're going to stick it on the amber list or red list or whatever coloured list that don't make never mind. It should be just green or red. You either can or you can't go. Not you might be able to go, but to take precautions. Be safe, be alert, be vigilant. All that nonsense. You either can or can't go. Green or red. We know what green means and we know what red means. Amber just means go faster, doesn't it? Actually, if you're driving a hatchback, red means go faster. Especially if you're driving a hatchback with your fog lights on and there's no fog. If you're one of those people, well, prison's too good for you. But it doesn't make any sense to me. But it fits right in that they're saying you can come back by Tuesday 4 a.m. and then you don't have to go into a 10-day quarantine. Really? Does that make any sense?
No.
Not really, no. They're doing it again. Letting it in again. And just one person with something that is transmissible means that everyone's going to get it. It'll go everywhere. It's a virus. Holy mackerel. At what point do you think it's less a mistake and more a strategy?
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
It's, once again, it's what would Donald Trump do? All of the things that I was going to talk about tonight, time just went away. It just I just got carried away talking about the issues. So I'll try to talk about smoking outside, the money being thrown at school kids, the variants, the tanks that the MOD have just bought. Can you read about that? Oh, good grief. Meghan Markle and Prince Harry, that is Hazza and Sparkles, have been demoted on the royal family website since they've left their senior roles and moved to the United States of America.
Oh, no.
The Duke and Duchess of Sussex, Hazza and Sparkles, are now listed below Prince Edward and Sophie Wessex, as well as the Princess Royal and the Chooky York on the official site. Is that clear?
No.
The Prince of Wales' growing role as an active heir preparing to ascend the throne is reflected in his own promotion to the top of the royal family section on www.royal.uk. And it's occurred to me for a good long while now that whoever came up with how you pronounce websites is an idiot. They could have called it anything. He called it World Wide Web, which is a very, very difficult thing to say apart from anything else. World Wide Web. Very difficult to say. World Wide Web, you try it. So you shorten it to the letters, which are even harder to say than the words. It's the only letter in the alphabet that's got more than one syllable. And it's got 3. So you've got to say 9 syllables plus a dot before you actually give people the address. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. Anyway, the Prince of Wales, his growing role as an active heir preparing to ascend to the throne is reflected in his own promotion to the top of the royal family section on www.royal.uk. That last dot, probably just the full stop at the end of the sentence. The Queen has been removed and is instead featured higher on the page. Oh, phew. Thought Chaz had staged a coup for a minute there. Despite the reshuffle, the website still claims that the Duke and Duchess of Sussex will be balancing their time between the UK and the US. Well, that is a relief. I thought they might not be in the news much. It comes as Prince Edward and his wife, the Countess of Wessex. This is also utterly ridiculous. The Countess of Wessex will be played in this cartoon by a teapot with a mouth and eyes. The Countess of Wessex and Prince Edward took part in their first major interview since their marriage in 1999. They're married. Speaking in their first major interview together since they married, the Earl and Countess of Wessex jokingly asked Oprah who? To which I would reply, who are you? I bet if I went to the street with a clipboard with £100 attached to it, there wouldn't be one single person who'd be able to tell me accurately who the Earl and Countess of Wessex are. Anybody any idea? Course not. The Princess Royal, who's that? She or he was moved up 5 places to sit below the Duchess of Cambridge. I'm pretty sure I know which one that is. That's What's It, out of Wills and What's It. Pretty sure about that. Prince and Princess Michael of Kent. No idea. They were added at the bottom. Added? What, because of, good behaviour? Doubtful. They were added at the bottom of the list just beneath the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. I double down. I'll give you £1 million if you can tell me who the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester are. This offer is not available. Terms and conditions apply. Always read the label. The Earl and Countess of Wessex, Prince and Princess Michael of Kent, and the Duke and Duchess of Gloucester. There can't be a single person in this audience who knows who all of those people are. No idea. Not a clue. Oh, Your Majesty. These from last night. PJ tweets, we don't need 3 lists. This is places to go. Places to go on holiday. Why would anybody want to go anywhere else on holiday from Great Britain? For crying out loud. How traitorous is that? Leaving the shores of this great land to go and try and find a decent cup of tea somewhere where they don't speak proper. He says, we don't need 3 lists, green, amber and red. We only need 1 list, red. All non-red countries should be considered green. Double-jabbed people, proven by a COVID certificate, should not be required to have PCR tests before or after travel. As simple as that. You lost me about a third of the way through. I have no idea what this show's about yet. Barbara texts, I have solved the traffic light system. We can only visit countries that voted for us in the Eurovision Song Contest. As in nowhere. Nul point. You get nothing. Which I think was, I don't know. I do know that I don't care. So there's that. Looked like drug taking to me. Ian texts, if the Indian variant is now called the Delta variant, what will happen when we get to the 9th variant that will be called the India variant? And it's actually the Arctic variant. Lastly, for the moment, before I wipe up some more of these a little later on, Martin says the first episode of a series is called a pilot because it leads what is to follow and establishes its tone and pace. That's not an explanation of why it's called a pilot. That's a description of the definition of pilot. But why is it called a pilot? See, he's explaining it to us, but he's not actually explaining it to us. He's just restating the question, more or less. The first episode of a series is called a pilot because it leads to what is to follow and establishes its tone and pace. That's not an answer. Wrong. Do it again. So we've got a trade deal with Liechtenstein. A trade deal has been struck with Norway, Iceland and Liechtenstein. The deal has been championed by the International Trade Secretary Liz Truss as a major boost, which means it will almost certainly be the opposite of that. She's the International Trade Secretary. Can you believe that? No. After months of difficult talks, it's been about a year. We've been at it for a year, trying to get one of those hot, huge and tremendous trade deals with Liechtenstein. If you can believe that. Dominic Raab was cheering it on a year ago. After months of difficult talks, British firms exporting to Norway and Iceland and Liechtenstein will crucially be able to rely on state-of-the-art electronic documentation to facilitate the onerous customs procedures made necessary by the UK's exit from the EU. Did you get that? We will be able to employ highly complex and expensive computer systems to get around the massive amount of red tape that we imposed on ourselves by exiting the European Union. We've spent a huge amount of money to get back to where we were. All of this winning! And as you know, we are very good at highly complex and expensive computer systems. I mean, just look at our fantastic taste and test system.
Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it. Under the deal, Norway has reduced its duties in 26 areas of agriculture, which includes provisions to allow a quantity of West Country farmhouse cheddar, Orkney Scottish Island cheddar, traditional Welsh Caerphilly, and Yorkshire Wensleydale cheese to avoid 277% export tariffs. But the quota of UK cheese that can be sold into the Norwegian market tariff-free has not increased. It's the same. Oh, no. Took a year. The deal will allow caps on the charges that mobile phone operators are allowed to charge each other for international mobile roaming, keeping costs low for holidaymakers and business travellers. Yes, imagine all those holidaymakers going to Liechtenstein, Norway and Iceland. They're our number one fun in the sun destinations. The deal otherwise echoes that between the UK and the EU struck last Christmas Eve.
What?
Yes. Yeah, it's the same thing. Oi, Erna Solberg. You know Erna Solberg, don't you?
No.
She is the Prime Minister of Norway. Wherever that is. She was speaking about this tremendous and huge trade deal. She said that there would be extra costs for businesses on both sides, which had been used to trading with the UK when it was an EU member state. Extra costs. Erna Solberg, Norway's Prime Minister, said it was inevitable that trade would be more bureaucratic and less dynamic than pre-Brexit arrangements, with the costs yet to be calculated. Oh, there'll be costs, all right. Without a veterinary agreement, without a vet agreement, there would be more red tape for those exporting animals and plant products.
Want to score some pot?
She said a lack of mutual recognition of changes in the two sides' regulatory this is a very, very difficult show so far. If only we had a professional to present it. She said the lack of mutual recognition of changes in the two sides' regulatory frameworks would demand further talks in future.
Oh, no.
Oh, my God. Which sounds less like the fantastic leap forward that Liz Truss was encouraging us to celebrate. But ask yourself, who do you trust? A flag-waving emissary from a regime famous for being a stranger to the truth and desperate for some good news? Or the Prime Minister of Norway, a country that has one of the highest scores in the world of trust in its government? Select. A key dynamic in the trade negotiations has been the UK's demands for greater access to the Norwegian market for its meat and dairy products. Norway had hoped of better terms of trade for its seafood, but the final deal, published by the Norwegian government, revealed that both sides had refused to budge significantly on their red lines. In particular, British farmers had little to celebrate. Norway's Minister of Agriculture and Food, Olag Bolstad, said it had been vital for Norway to protect its small but politically important agriculture sector from the threat of cheaper British beef and cheese. Well, that's interesting, isn't it? Because we chucked ours in the bin. She added that her Christian Democrat Party had not wanted to reward the UK with better access to Norway than it enjoyed as an EU member state. David Hennick, a former UK government trade official, who is now director of the UK Trade Policy Project, said this UK EEA free trade agreement provides better trading conditions than World Trade Organization terms, though with considerably more trade barriers when compared to the previous single market relationship. He said, overall, this is quite a standard free trade agreement with limited economic value. A standard free trade agreement with limited economic value? I suppose we'll have to take it. Just as a side note, though, it really is a deal with the EFTA, the European Free Trade Association, which was co-founded by, can you guess? That's right, us. We founded it with Norway and Liechtenstein and others in 1960, and we left it on December the 31st, 1972, and joined the EEC the next day. We've come full circle to get to where we were 49 years ago. Talk about progress. It's not back to the future, it's forward to the past. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Seamus texts, so this is from last night, there is only one country in the world that knows everything about how potatoes work, and that's Ireland. The rest of you are amateur. I can't even remember what that was about. Oh, I think it was about skinny fries. And Abby says, Nick, light bulb moment, Boris et al. Will prefer COVID to be an issue issue we all focus on for a long time, so that his followers, Brexiters, will not get the chance to see the disaster that is Brexit. Hence, the moving of the goalpost with respect to the 21st of June, etc. Yeah, it all sounds like a plan. All sounds a bit like a strategy to me.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
I take it back. Portugal. Hello, Mark.
Nick, hi, man.
Mark.
Oh, you know, crack me up, you do sometimes.
Thanks.
Well, I'm distressed.
You're distressed?
I'm distressed about my supply of North Venezuelan beaver cheese.
Right.
Sorry, that's a caller with...
material, yeah.
Yeah, material. Now, look, I just want a quick word about the royal family. Now, I have a massive amount of respect for them, mainly for the history and all that.
Yeah.
You know, Henry VIII looked at the Pope and said, I'll have some of that. I'll create my own religion.
Yeah,
you know,
he said, I'm Henry VIII, I am.
That's right, yeah. But when Charles gets into gets into be the head, first of all, he's got to tone it down. He's got to tone it down. Are you old enough to remember the investiture when he was made Prince of Wales? Are you old enough to remember that on telly?
Well, when was it?
Oh, I don't know. It was a long time ago. Black and white.
No, I didn't watch it, no.
Well, yeah, but they can't do that again. You know what I mean? He's got to tone it down.
But it's part of the it of it, though. It's all that folderol is what it's about. There isn't anything behind it. It's the horses prancing around with men in silly hats. It's all of that.
Yeah, but you'd be amazed how much the world likes to look at our horses prancing around, man.
Well, exactly. That's what I'm saying. If you take all that away, all of the the parades and the silliness, then and the titles and all of that nonsense, there isn't anything left.
Well, there isn't, but it's a lot cheaper than having a president. I think they reckon Obama.
Why do people keep saying this?
Quid.
That's absolute nonsense. Cheaper than having a president. Why do we need a president?
Well,
I mean, it might be cheaper than
to cut the ribbons on buildings.
It might be cheaper than having Donald Trump, if that's what you mean.
Oh, shut up!
If that's the kind of president you're talking about.
I'm not sure about the cost between him and Obama, but where do I go?
Hey, have you been to Nazaré?
No, and quickly, last time
answer the question. Have you been to Nazaré?
Nazaré?
Yeah, in Portugal.
I haven't. No.
It's the place with the big waves, the big waves.
No, Nick, I'm up in the mountains here.
Right.
I've lived right next to the sea for a long enough time.
Yeah.
I'm happy up in the mountains.
Oh, okay then.
And the people here are almost self-sufficient. You wouldn't believe it how they get on out here. They
self-sufficient. Well, that sounds alarming. That sounds like you're surrounded by dinglings.
They ain't dinglings, man. They're really clever people, won't they?
Okay then.
But just quickly about the passport, the British passport. I talked to you about it before, and I didn't get my point across. It's someone even called from France to say that it was Latin. It's not. It's French.
What's Latin?
On the front of the British passport, there are French words. Honi soit qui mal y pense is French. Dieu et mon droit is French. It's French.
La plume de ma tante.
Yeah, that's right. And God, I had other stuff to get. I've forgotten.
Okay, well, it's a dream come true. That sounds like you're all out of material. Thanks a lot, Mark. I'll have some camembert. I don't care how runny it is. Liechtenstein, by the way, we do a tremendous amount of trade with Liechtenstein. We import £4 million a year from Liechtenstein. £4 million a year from Liechtenstein. We do less business with Liechtenstein than we do with Burkina Faso, which is not a place that I just made up. That's an actual country. Can you believe that?
No.
We do the same amount of trade with Iceland as we do with Kenya. And as for Norway, it's about half of what we export to Poland. But, apart from that, winning all the way. Don't you worry about a thing. The government have everything under control. Did you get that code, by the way?
No.
You didn't? You want me to give it to you again?
Yeah, please.
Okay, then. It's for the third time. Not that I'm complaining or counting. 971 62, and I'll hold my fingers up just in case there's a security element that I need to be concerned about. Did you get it then? Okay, everything is going swimmingly. Let's have Glasgow. Frankie.
How are we doing, Nick?
We're doing great, mate.
Guess what?
What?
It's Glasgow, mate.
It's Glasgow. Yeah, I know that.
Yes, and it's not raining. That's twice.
Not raining. Well, let me just check on that. Not that I'm disputing what you say, Frankie. I'm just I just don't believe you. That's all. Not raining tonight or tomorrow or Monday or Tuesday, but it might rain on Wednesday. In a change to the to the reports that I gave yesterday. But apart from that, no rain until the 18th of June. Can you believe that?
No.
Nick, why don't you just say till the end of time what you usually say when it's peeing down here, mate?
But it's not, though. It's very, very dry.
No, but we're going to be actually all right, mate. We're actually, your meteorology expertise is taken on board.
Did you hear the good news about the monkey, by the way?
I was talking to the producers. The monkey, I thought it was Bodger's kind of escape in a suit, but the monkey's really handsome. He's good looking, so it couldn't have been Bodger. And thought it's got a brain, so
that was
definitely no Bodger.
A handsome, good-looking monkey, so it couldn't possibly have been Boris Johnson.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
He does look like a monkey in a suit. That is true.
And a Glaswegian monkey just nutted someone. No, I digress.
Up on Sucky Hall Street.
Stereotyping myself.
Of course.
City then. Did you hear about the Barbara Windsor's bikinis going online sale?
I did hear about
that. What crazy drugs?
Steve Allen was talking about Barbara Windsor's bra. That doesn't seem likely.
No, it's a bikini.
Oh, right, like I said. It's the one that popped... Isn't that the one that popped off on the Carry On Camping?
Well, if it popped off, then she never wore it then, did you?
No, I think I think the elastic just gave out. That was the joke in the film. I'm pretty sure that I paid actual money to go and see that film when it first came out, Carry On Camping. And the bra popped off, and Kenneth Williams screwed his face up to resemble a cat's bottom, and other people went, oh, like that. And hilarity ensued. Frankie, I've got to go, but thanks for that, whatever that was. If you're not listening to me now, give me the silent treatment. Oh, well, never mind. I'll just press on regardless. Let's have a call in Wanstead. Hello, Sophie.
Hello, Nick. How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I haven't spoken to you for a few weeks.
Haven't I been lucky? Wow. Phew.
I'm obviously not ringing often enough. But I'm...
No, plenty often enough, believe me.
But yesterday around 12:40, you posed a question. I'm really surprised you didn't know the answer to this.
Right.
I didn't ring because it was near... And you're part Scottish, aren't you?
Yes.
Oatmeal. I have important information for you.
Oatmeal. I know what oatmeal is.
What is it?
Porridge. Well, it's not porridge until you stick it put some water in it and then boil it.
Well, no, oatmeal is made from oats, but it's flattened and then steamed, and then I don't know what else
like
they do
porridge.
with it.
Porridge,
no, but it looks like rough flour. It looks like coarse flour. But what I do is I put it in my porridge. So if you put a tablespoon of oatmeal in porridge,
so you have porridge with porridge.
It makes it really creamy, Nick. Honestly, it's really. It's really
now wait a minute.
nice.
Back up just a second. You add porridge to your porridge.
So when you measure out your half a cup of oats
Yes.
and then your cup of milk,
Right.
mix with a little bit of water.
No. Cup of milk? Are you insane? No, not milk. Water, woman.
No. Only hardy Scots people can do it with water and salt. I can't do that.
Well, no, I don't do
It has to
salt.
be- it has to be milk or milk substitute and a little bit of water, half a cup of porridge.
Ah, lassie, you didn't care what you're doing.
If you put a heaped tablespoon of oatmeal in the pan and then not in the microwave like
Right.
people do. that's not proper
Microwave?
porridge.
Oh, my God,
No,
it just
I
got
don't
worse.
even... Yeah, no. In the pan.
Yeah.
I don't have a microwave. In the pan and mix.
No, I don't have a microwave either. I refuse to have nuclear food. I just won't do it. It's not natural.
Exactly. I always say I don't want to radiate my food.
Yeah, the only way, the only thing that it would be remotely useful for is at Christmas, doing a Christmas pudding. But even then, it doesn't taste right because it hasn't had the time to, gooify itself.
Yeah, you have to put Christmas pudding, not that I'm the world's expert, in a bain-marie. If you put it in a bain-marie, it's cooked.
That sounds like a filthy foreign piece of apparatus. I want British pots and pans. Oh God, I can't hear this again. Make it stop.
Oh, Nick, I have to say something about Brits and Brexiters, but I won't say that I voted the wrong way. That's another conversation, and I am going to be flailed when I do. Which
way did you vote?
Can I talk about that later?
Later? There's not going to be a later. Later. What are you bedding in? Did you bring a futon? Later, she says.
And a flask. When you put the porridge in the bowl, the nicest thing you can add to it, which sounds gross, but it's actually really nice.
Prunes.
Is if you want to.
Seeds.
But no, a tablespoon of peanut butter. Peanut butter.
Oh my God, you are out of your mind. Peanut butter and porridge with porridge.
It's so nice.
Awful.
It's so nice.
Dreadful.
But I will say about the people who voted for Brexit, and my vote shall not reveal its, I won't say anything about my vote. I think I did make a mistake.
Did you vote to leave?
Well, I was duped by the £350 million.
You're duped. You were duped by a bus. You were outwitted by a bus.
I was just thinking of all that money going into the NHS and the education system, and obviously they've hoodwinked me once. They're not going to hoodwink me again.
I bet they do.
But no, they won't. It's ironic that everyone who voted Brexit, they're probably the first people who are going to gallivant off to Europe on a much-needed quote-unquote holiday to Europe. So I don't understand the aversion, towards Europe, and then wanting to go there even though we're living under pandemic conditions.
Yeah,
So
I don't know what's so wrong with having a holiday in this country. What's so wrong with having a holiday in this country, apart from the unreliability of the weather? There is that bit, of course. Yeah, there is that.
That is beautiful.
But there's so many people who can't wait to get away. I mean, there's no end of beauty in this country. Why don't you stay a while? Enjoy.
I think sometimes people do it, maybe this is a generalisation, to escape from their life. And I think if you're happy in your life, you don't need to escape from your life. I don't know.
Right.
I'm just surmising.
Okay. Well, you surmise on your own time. I'm busy here.
And the last thing...
And finally...
you said www, which is World Wide Web, and it is a tongue twister.
It is.
Can also stand for the Wicked Witch of the West.
Ah, very good. I'm melting. Not that has anything to do with anything at all, but good point, well spotted. Big news about prices in supermarkets. They're not going to be going down. I also want to talk about smoking. A call for the left to unite to fight the current regime.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
And money for schools and the new variant of the virus. Oh, and tanks. Do you hear the news about tanks? Oh, painful. I'm actually feeling physical pain right now. Bulldog. Matt, did I get that right? Bulldog.
Yeah, you did.
Ah.
Yeah.
Well, welcome along, Matt.
Oh, thank you very much, Nick. Just want to say about Boris.
Yeah.
I am so fed up with this Tory government. I've had enough of it. Honestly, I was brought up as a Tory. Nowadays...
You were brought up as a Tory? What, as a child?
Yeah. Yeah, indeed.
Really?
But... yeah.
Well, what does that mean, though? I was brought up as a Tory. What child goes to school and announces that they're a Conservative?
I went to a boys' school. Yeah, and I had Tory values, played rugby, played cricket.
Are they Tory values?
Yeah, you look at the MCC, definitely Tories. them lot.
Right, I suppose that is a good point, yeah.
Yeah, but I've had enough of this.
Right.
33 billion on a track and trace that doesn't work.
I believe it's working perfectly, just as Boris can explain.
Contact tracing. Forgive me. Contact tracing.
See, perfectly working. Perfectly working.
It's rubbish. We, do you know what? Our new warships cost $4 billion, and they were like, crikey, we spent that much on new warships.
Yeah, they sank.
They don't work.
Just a small detail, they're sinking. You know, but apart from that, as long as we don't put them in water, they work perfectly.
I'm 49 years old.
49 years old. You almost made it.
And I tell you now, I've had enough of it.
Had enough.
It is totally crap.
It's
sorry.
It's beyond a joke. I get it. Yeah, it's beyond a joke. You've had it up to here.
Yeah, completely. And Boris,
you're as mad as hell, and you're not going to take it anymore. I want you to go over to the window and shout, "I'm as mad as hell, and I'm not going to take it anymore."
I'm going to do it right now, Nick.
Right. Okay. And by the way, thanks a lot, Matt. I think we have a clear idea. He's like, right, that's it. I'm leaving. Can't take it anymore. Another couple of years. And then there'll be another 5 years.
No.
Yeah, there will. Another 5 years. Unless this idea takes off. I mean, there's so many people that have been screaming at Kia Ora to change his ways and actually team up with other left-leaning parties because they represent the majority of the country rather than absolute rule by a minority party, which is what we got now. This ain't no democracy. It's the opposite of that. There's three people that penned this letter in The Guardian. Caroline Lucas, the Green MP for the Brighton Pavilion. Groovy. She's a Greenie. Layla Moran, the Lib Dem MP for Oxford West and Abingdon, and Clive Lewis, the Labour MP for Norwich South. And it says the following. People know the two big dominant parties aren't working, that no single party has a monopoly of wisdom. And they know the Tories are given huge advantages before any election campaign even begins. Conservative votes are now so efficiently spread that it takes just 38,000 to elect a Tory MP, but 51,000 for every Labour MP. But because of our first-past-the-post system, it needs 336,000 for every Lib Dem MP and a ludicrous 866,000 to elect Caroline Lucas for Brighton Pavilion. 866,000 for a Green MP, 38,000 to elect a Tory MP. Does that sound like it's balanced and fair?
No.
Right-wing parties have consolidated after the Tories swallowed the Brexit party whole. Well, it was led by a chap whose suitability for leading is questionable.
Nigel Farage is not fit and proper to be in government.
I couldn't agree more. Poll after poll shows there's a progressive majority. We need to shape and win with that majority. This is why citizens are now using their votes wisely to back the best-placed non-Tory, and why, under the radar, local parties are campaigning tactically to best direct their resources. It's paying off, they say. In counties that used to be true blue, such as Oxfordshire and Cambridgeshire, Reds, Greens and Liberals are forming joint administrations. While in Surrey, Sussex and Kent, the Tories are being rocked back on their heels. Meanwhile, in towns and cities such as Sheffield, Bristol, Milton Keynes and Burnley, new cross-party arrangements are being forged to meet the challenge of COVID, inequality and climate emergency. None of this is easy. We all want our own parties to do well, but what's the point of the progressive vote going up between us while the Tories still rule? Yeah, the vote between the Lib Dems and Labour equalled the Tory vote last time around. And yet the Conservatives vote with an absolute majority. That makes no sense if you believe that this is a democracy. It's not. It's just one dictatorial rule after another. So ahead of the next election, they say, we owe it to progressive voters to offer easier choices by negotiating agreements that increase the chances of progressive candidates winning, while also ensuring that all parties are more fairly represented at Westminster, which at the moment they absolutely aren't. And as we move to a general election in coming years, we all recognise that the Greens, worst hit by the electoral system, must be allowed the chance to win some seats if their rising votes are going to be used smartly. And they have risen. They've just about doubled their vote tally in the last year or so. They burst out of the 4% cage that they were in, and now they're on like 9, sometimes 10%. Underlying all this is the need for Labour to back proportional representation at its September conference. Any chance of them doing that?
No.
Probably not. We see the direction our society is heading, they say. We all know there's a better way. We don't have the luxury of time to get there. So if old-style tribal leaders refuse to change, then we will respectfully work around them. They're talking about you, Keir Starmer. Because this latent progressive majority in our society just needs to be unlocked. It needs to burst out. That's a lot of people calling for that. Let's work together as a team in order for us, the people, the little people, not leprechauns, to be more fairly represented, which sounds like a democracy. As opposed to what we got now. Jane writes, Nick, you are my second favourite radio presenter.
What?
Second favourite. Although you do need to realise that we had to Brexit because the EU is not looking after European people. They are a threat to them. Could it be Boris has made a bodge of Brexit because he is a Remainer? They're a threat. You're all in great danger, you Europeans. What are you talking about, Jane? And if I'm number 2s, who's number 1s? Leela and Eli in Bushy say, my boyfriend and I are debating the Oh No sound clip.
Oh, no.
I think they're Chinese. He thinks they're Scottish. Please help us settle this debate. I absolutely won't. Andrew says, these new PC or Wokey, Alpha, Bravo, etc. COVID names present a slight problem. As there are 197 different countries in the world, what happens after the 26th Zulu variant is named? Well, that's a good point, Andrew. They'll probably just go around again. They'll call them Alpha Alpha, Alpha Beta, Alpha Gamma. Well, it'll sound like the army on manoeuvres. Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Broadsword calling Danny Boy. Come in, Danny Boy. Over. Henley-on-Thames. Hello, Philippa.
Hi.
Hi. Yes, Philippa.
Hello. Yeah, hi.
Yes.
Yeah, I was phoned by a friend, actually. She told me that you were talking about the situation with various companies and flights. And I just wanted to report that I booked a flight.
I wasn't. Your friend is misinformed.
Is she?
Yeah.
Okay, well, she said that you were talking about... Anyway, I just want to report that...
What is the name of this person?
I don't think she probably wants her name on air.
Is it
anyway.
Julie? Amanda?
No.
Safi?
No.
Tracy?
No. Don't think you'd
Ariadne?
you'll never guess her name. But that's not
Emma.
why I'm phoning.
Yes.
No. I'm phoning because I just want to warn people that I booked for my son and I, to go to Croatia.
Why?
And, yep, on...
What for? Croatia? What do you want to go there for?
A sailing holiday.
A sailing holiday? Well, there's no sea round these parts.
Well, there is sea around these parts, but it's not quite the same, is it? So,
It's
anyway,
wet. It's water. Yes, the point is...
of me ringing is to say that on the 1st of June, I booked 2 flights.
Yeah.
And then on the 4th of June, I had those flights cancelled because they said, we're sorry, but following the latest UK government update, your destination is on the UK government's amber list, which it was on the 1st anyway.
Yeah.
And so they have cancelled my flights. But actually, on their website, they are offering those flights at twice the price.
Right. So it's like it's a bit like getting an Uber then.
Yeah, well, don't know about that because they've never done that to me, but it's a con. and people need to be aware that they obviously these were good prices, and I don't know what's happened, but they decided to.
But is Croatia on the green list? No,
it's on the amber list.
Right, well then you can't go then. Can't go then.
Yes, you can.
No, Bodge says you can't go. Ain't that right, Bodge?
Oh, well, don't listen to Bodge, but we can go, and Croatia wanted to go, but the airlines sold me flights on the 1st of June, knowing it was on the amber list.
And then they cancelled them. And then they advertised them for twice the price. Have you heard?
Yeah.
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 I would recommend the waters around these parts. I think you'll find they're just as wet as the water around Croatia. Or
I'm sure.
In fact, more so.
I'm sure.
Plus, they'll be British, damn it. And I wish you all the very best. Thanks a lot, Philippa. Anton texts, Nick, why are 9 out of 10 presenters on LBC left wing? You're funny, Anton. What you mean is you once heard something you didn't agree with. Because all of the presenters that you agree with, you don't think that they are unbalanced because you agree with them. It's when you hear something you don't agree with, you think, oh my God. I just heard something that that doesn't correspond to my beliefs. This entire radio station must be full of hippies. Groovy. Why are 9 out of 10 presenters on LBC left wing? Anton, open your I'm going to send you some Q-tips in the post. I think you have waxy build-up. David says, why can't we learn to love the weather? No, he didn't actually say the weather. He says just weather. Why can't we learn to love weather? Well, who doesn't love weather? Whether or not, it's nice. I love weather, particularly now, because I gave the full 4-week forecast yesterday, and it was super fantastic. Almost no rain whatsoever. It's like instant summer. Forget about yesterday. Yesterday was an abomination. It was a blip. Over the next 4 weeks, according to the weather forecast that I gave out yesterday, it's going to be hot, hot heat. I'll just check while you wait, make sure that's still the case. Because sometimes they change their minds from one day to the next. One moment, please. Oh, look at that. Well, it's not 90 degrees. It's also not 80 degrees, but it's 70 early to mid for the next 2 weeks and sunny every day. We appreciate it. Oh, if only that would work. Shall I do it again?
No.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
There you go. Now I feel complete. So there it is, David. I do love weather. If it's, like this. Mike in Bolton emails, what amuses me about Caroline Lucas is the fact that she is the MP for Brighton Pavilion. Just how many constituents can they fit into it at any one time? And who is the MP for the rest of Brighton? I've seen her being interviewed on TV, and there's a picture of said pavilion in the background that has to be the smallest constituency in the country. Yeah, it's worse than that. She's actually the MP for the phone box outside Brighton Pavilion. Not a lot of people know that. It's a political fact. Josh says, you are my #1 favourite radio presenter. I love the soundboard. Soundboard? You're hearing sounds? And Phil says, as much as I'd love to educate you on the benefits of Brexit, unfortunately I'm too busy, and it would be like trying to teach a dog quantum physics. All of the growth in future will be in countries outside the EU. Like a jigsaw, Norway is just a small piece of a much bigger picture that Ramonas are too short-sighted to see. Apologies to all my fans and your producer for the resulting falling ratings. Phil, I love your positivity, based as it is on nothing at all, nothing but hope.
Disgusting.
That's horrible. We wash our hands of our waste, our plastic waste, and congratulate ourselves on not being up to our eyeballs in our own waste, that we're all very eco, but we are actually sending it to China, and Turkey, and they're burning it. But not for long. Not for long. China are very upset with us, and so are Turkey, with good reason. We're going to have to deal with our own waste. Mike says, Nick, have you heard about the siren that the government is going to sound if there is an immediate chance of danger? Does it sound like this?
Emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
Jeremy emails, I'm waiting for some wag to report a COVID... All right, I'll give it a go. I'm going to fall down about halfway through, but I can start it and end it. He says, I'm waiting for some wag to report a COVID Llanfairech Polgwyngogar Llantysilio Gogogoch variant. There you are, you see? Perfect. That's my Welsh roots coming out there. Let's have Yorkshire. Mike.
Hi, Nick. Yeah. Looking at the front page of the Observer tomorrow.
Yes.
Boris has pledged global vaccination by 2022. We haven't given anybody one vaccine yet.
What does he mean? He's promised to what? To vaccinate the world?
Yeah.
By what method?
Well, he doesn't specify that.
He just says, trust me. Do we trust him? Not really.
I mean, Biden has given away millions of vaccines all over the world.
Yeah, well, the European Union too. Yeah. No, but we, as I've said before, like a naughty, fat little schoolboy, burst into the tuck shop, cleaned the shelves, put them in, put everything that he could find in his pocket, and burst back out again.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, he's pledged to global vaccination by 2022.
Right.
But the funny thing about America...
What does that mean? Boris Johnson saves the world?
Well, yeah, this is what he's claiming.
Right.
Absolutely bizarre. But I mean,
you're looking at the story, though. What does it say? What's the rest of the story say? Or do you want me to look it up? Huh? Hello?
Allow the devastation wreaked by coronavirus to happen again. I mean, this is Boris Johnson. He'll never allow it to happen again.
Right. Your internet or your phone is.
Funny thing is, the only reason that America's got so many to give away is that the anti-vaxxers won't take them up. So American stocks are going out of date. So they're handing them out all over the world, which is great. I mean, we don't want to waste them, do we?
I'm not sure that's true. Is it?
Yeah, it is. Yeah. The American stocks are going out of date. So because of the lack of take-up in America. So
there is enormous take-up in America. Huge. They've done over 200 million.
Yes, but less than they anticipated. So they ordered vast stocks thinking that the take-up would be better.
Right.
But because of the anti-vax movement, it isn't. So they've got loads of stock going out of date. So they're shipping them all around the world.
And I bet the anti-vaxxers are also cult members of you-know-who.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yeah, you're as smart as your fans, Donny.
Absolutely, yeah. But, I mean, anyway, on another note, please keep up the good work because we keep announcing these sort of Brexit repair treaties with various countries.
Yeah.
And you're doing a great job disseminating them into what they actually mean.
Right. Which amounts to a hill of beans. Whoa, if only they did. Actually, we could all eat beans, but sadly not. All right, thanks a lot, Mike. You need to get a new phone, or lean out the window, or go to higher ground. Andrew tweets, I'm still trying to recover from the revelation that Brexit was Sophie's choice. Edward says they're rerunning episodes of Upstairs, Downstairs. Really? Why? That was boring the first time round. Upstairs, Downstairs? I mean, what's that thing that they had? Oh, Downton Abbey. That was sort of Upstairs, Downstairs, wasn't it? Well, in fact, it was. It was like an update of Upstairs, Downstairs with, what's her name in it? That woman. The one who had about 2 lines in every show and stole the entire series. That woman. Anyway, he says they're rerunning episodes of Upstairs, Downstairs. Lady Marjorie Bellamy boarded the Titanic last Sunday. Another good reason not to travel unless necessary, says Edward. Lady Marjorie Bellamy Was that the old bag that threw the giant jewel the size of a football into the sea at the end of the film? What do you want to do that for? You can't make up for the fact that you hogged that door. He could have fitted on that door. You killed that boy. With your selfishness, Lady Marjorie. Chucking a giant stone into the sea ain't going to make no difference. This says, if lockdowns ending 21st, why is G7 going ahead? I live in St Ives, and it's going to be hell on earth. Yes, it is. You need to go to your holiday home in Hounslow. Where do people who live in St Ives have their holiday home? Uxbridge? Uxbridge is delightful at this time of year, I hear. I've got all sorts of things I want to talk about. No, wait a minute. Let me see. Should we talk about smoking? Because this is the thing that I brought in, one of the things I brought in last night. One of the hot issues that I was going to talk about last night, but I couldn't because, we were dealing with, a lot of important stuff. After 5 councils... This is another one of these things that they want us to fight amongst ourselves about. In order to forget the missteps, the mendacity of the current regime. 5 councils in England banned smoking on pavements outside pubs, cafes and restaurants. Hospitality bosses reacted with fury. They said, Newcastle City Council, Manchester City Council, Durham County Council, Northumberland County Council and North Tyneside Council have all banned smoking on pavements where outdoor hospitality venues have tables. Good! And Oxfordshire County Council and Oxfordshire County Council is set to follow suit under plans for the first smoke-free county, with employers expected to be asked to enforce smoke-free spaces outside shops, offices, and factories to help staff kick their habit. Good thing too. Is everybody with it?
No,
of course not. People are furious. I mean, there's nothing that's good about somebody standing outside an office block having a fag, standing up to their ankles in discarded cigarette butts. It doesn't say anything good about the office or the businesses that occupy it. Do it. A 7th local authority, Gateshead Council, does not have an official policy on smoking outdoors, but all the licences it grants to venues with pavement areas say they must be smoke-free, unless they can guarantee enough separation between a smoking and a non-smoking section. And everyone who is not addicted to the world's stupidest drug, and who is not a hospitality boss, said we appreciate it.
Thank you.
About blooming time. And anyway, in case you are an addict, the rules being implemented by councils do not apply to pre-existing beer gardens and outdoor areas in place before the pandemic. So what are they whining about? The Business and Planning Act 2020 states that venues must provide a smoke-free seating area, but it also gives councils the provision to make 100% smoke-free seating a condition of the licence, if the council can demonstrate there's a reasonable justification to do so. This means councils imposing their own local conditions need to set out their reasoning, including why it would benefit public health. Well, let's think about that for a second, shall we?
No.
No, we don't need to. It would benefit the public's health because smoking kills about 78,000 people a year in this country. And unlike COVID, it was 78,000 last year, and the year before that, and the year before that, and the year before that, and probably next year and the year after that too. Smoking kills more than 8 million people a year worldwide. 8 million. 8 million people a year. And it's still legal. And it's still something you can get addicted to pretty much straight away. And the only pleasure you get from it is to stop the pain of not taking it. Name me one other drug that's like that. In the whole history of the human race, it's the stupidest drug we've ever taken.
Correct.
And as usual, the government wants to do something, but they don't want to take the flak. So they said last July that they won't ban outdoor smoking. But they also said they wanted to make the country smoke-free by 2030. That's just 9 years away, fact fans. So they set a course and then disavowed all knowledge of it and let the councils get it in the neck for doing the right thing. That sounds like Bodger up and down, don't it, Bodge? Yes. Rob texts, it's the 4Bs sensation in a timeline. 4Bs, which are bus, NHS funding, Boris, election, Brexit, leaving the European Union, and boom, the economy. You mean it's going to explode? That says, Rob, night fishing in Devon. Well, I hope that you're not on a boat, because Priti Patel's on the lookout. She's going to level one of her big guns at you, just in case. Did you take your passport? Let's have a call in Camden. Jasmine.
Hiya.
Jasmine.
How are you?
Good, thanks.
So, you know, on your soundboard, you have this snippet of Boris Johnson getting confused saying contract tasting.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the one. I don't know if you watched any of the footage of Gollum in front of the Parliamentary Select Committee, but he tripped over those words as well.
Right.
And I instantly thought of you and I thought, oh, I wonder if this is going to end up on the soundboard.
I know I missed that. I refused to sit there and watch it for 8 hours. I thought I'll watch the edited highlights, like, you know, Match of the Day, a little later on.
No, I'm not that engrossed in politics that I sat there for 7 hours watching all of it. Right. I just watched I just dipped in and out of it. Yeah.
And how was it? How was it for you? I mean, have you forgotten all about it? Because that's what the government is hoping that everybody else has done. Forgotten all about it.
No, I actually pay attention, so I haven't forgotten it.
Right. Good for you. We found one. Somebody is actually paying attention.
Yeah, can I start on Monday?
What, running the country? Well, we'll start you. We'll start you on the easy stuff. Would you like to be a trade negotiator?
Oh God, yes, I can do a much better job than Liz Truss.
Anybody could. Yeah. All right, you're a shoo-in, Jasmine, as long as you don't want any money or benefits or pension or anything like that. Thanks a lot, and we appreciate your service.
Thank you.
Kevin emails, who would believe it? Bozza the Messiah. He's not the Messiah. He's a very naughty boy. A philandering goat, some might say, but that would be rude. Jeremy emails, I've got 4 cats, and the amount of detritus which is deposited around my flat each week is incredible.
Disgusting.
He says, when I clean my flat each week, I have to clean the entire place from top to bottom in one go, or else the feline debris is just walked back into every room in no time. What debris? He says the same applies to the world with regards to COVID. The only way to end this crisis is to vaccinate each and every country in one sweep. It's not rocket science. Yeah, but it's difficult, though. In one sweep. What, you mean all together now? Very, very hard. But yeah, you are right, though. Unless everybody gets it, then these variants are just going to keep cropping up over and over and over and over again. And eventually, one's going to crop up that evades vaccines. I betcha. I probably said this on the air. I've been thinking it for a while. You know, the government for a little while now has been saying, "Oh, you know, we've got a plan. We've got a route out of this. We've got a road map." And I thought, if this is a smooth transition back to normality, I'm a Knickerbocker glory with added cream. No way, I thought. Not with this lot in charge, and quite right, according to Type, knowing that there was an Indian variant coming from, clues in the name, India, they closed the borders to Bangladesh and Pakistan and left India open, and then actually lied on television that India was much less diseased than either Bangladesh or Pakistan. They closed the borders to Bangladesh and Pakistan, left them open to India. Does that make sense?
No.
Because there was an Indian variant from India, which they let in. And as we know, as any fool know, you don't even need to be able to spell epidemiologist to know this. If a variant comes in, even if it's just one person, it's going to spread about the place. Of course it will. All over. And that's proved to be the case. We're being held in a state of perpetual emergency, which of course suits an authoritarian regime, because they can bring in all sorts of privations under a state of permanent emergency. Somebody was talking about this in the Mail today. I'm kind of surprised nobody wanted to bite on that smoking thing. I've got further details if you want to hear. Anybody want to hear it?
No.
But I'll talk about the regime thing in a minute. An authoritarian rule we're under. And it was in the Mail. Dominic Sandbrook writing in the Mail. And I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Dominic Sandbrook in the Daily Mail.
What?
I know. I surprised myself. Strange bedfellows, eh? Well, let's not get carried away. Dinner and a movie first. Rita emails, first-time emailer. You've had me in stitches all night so far. Sorry about that, Rita. Why don't people like the water around our own shores? What's the difference? Clearly it's an emergency and everybody must get out of the UKC and spend their money here. Yes! Why are you going away? Where's your patriotism? We got no end of waters around this island. It's an island. Surrounded by it, it is. Go sailing off these shores instead of going to blooming Croatia. What do you want to go there for? I hear it's a delight at this time of year, but you're not allowed to go, I don't think. It's on, it's not on a red list and it's not on a green list. It's on one of those in-betweeny lists. They're just making it as confusing as they possibly can in order to blame us when it all goes wrong. Oh, well, it had nothing to do with us, the regime will say. If only you'd listened to our clear instructions, which were written in Braille on the underside of a stone that we left randomly somewhere in the United Kingdom. This says, along the same lines of, where do people from St Ives go on holiday? Hounslow. Does the Rolling Stones sound engineer sound check the PA system with Daniel O'Donnell? I have no idea what that means. Does the Rolling Stones sound engineer sound check the PA system with Daniel O'Donnell? I'm only dimly aware of who Daniel O'Donnell is. I'm going to have to look him up. The thing with the Rolling Stones is, to me, they always sounded like they were playing the song for the very first time. Like they just stumbled out of the pub and into a rehearsal room that they'd never been in before. They picked up somebody else's equipment and thought, well, let's just record it now. We've got about 10 minutes before Keith Richards passes out. We'll just, we'll make it up as we go along. Let's call it Can't Get No Satisfaction. Why not?
Rock and roll!
It always sounded like they were recording their music while falling down the stairs, and that's part of their charm. Who's Daniel O'Donnell? Just going to look him up. Daniel O'Donnell. Oh, right, a crooner, an Irish singer. But I still don't understand the reference. What's he got to do with the Rolling Stones and their PA sound system? Is he famous for his for the untogetherness of his sound? I doubt it. So, you know, if you really want to confuse me, then keep texts and emails like that coming in. Jim texts. Oh, by the way, there's I have in my hand 3 stories that are embargoed. One of which is embargoed until midnight, and it's about Tony Blair.
Boo!
That's right. Yeah, don't sit on the fence. Tell us how you feel. Tony Blair. He's got a proposal. But I can't tell you about it now. I have to wait until 12 o'clock. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Not really. So, you're on the edge of your seats. I see you shiver with anticipation. Jim texts, if we can't smoke outside the entrance to corporate workplaces and hospitals, that's another attack on our traditional British culture and freedoms. It always looks really bad to me. A bunch of business people standing outside, gasping at fags outside of their place of business. It just makes the entire business look cheap. It makes it look like a bad business. I mean, do you stand outside your office eating and then just dropping the wrapper on the floor? No, of course not, because it looked terrible. If I was a business person and I owned a business, I would refuse to allow people to stand outside my business and smoke their fags and just drop them on the ground. It's awful. Doesn't look good. And as for hospitals, I mean, come on. Rob texts, ridiculous rules for smoking. Groups wanted pubs and restaurants smoke-free and moved outside. Now they are outside, they're still moaning. Just like Brexit, he says, the side that won are still moaning. Where will smokers go? Imagine a load of workers who can't smoke for their whole shift. Good! For the benefit of their health, they should stop doing it. You want to know how to quit cigarettes? Stop putting them in your mouth and setting fire to them. You're welcome. Jeremy Clarkson said that in one of his columns, he said that he was smoking, he said he'd chewed through about 1 million cigarettes in his lifetime. I mean, he looks like somebody who's smoked a lot, yes?
Yes.
Yes. And he just gave it up. Just stop doing it. And as for the people who are outside, well, yes, they are outside. But so's everybody else. We're barely allowed to go inside restaurants now. They've spaced tables out so much that they're desperately begging you to sit outside. And if you're sitting outside in a fog of somebody else's cigarette smoke, well, that's just not very nice. That's not conducive to haute cuisine, is it? Daryl texts, is haute cuisine another reference to porridge? No, it's a reference to Fawlty Towers, which I've been watching again. I can't imagine there's another comedy program that will elicit as many laughs the 5th or 10th time around as that. Kevin emails, too many people suffering from the Tory variant, I reckon. Yeah, we're suffering under the Conservative variant.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Ain't that right, Bodge? So about this smoking thing. So they're going to ban some councils who include but are not limited to Newcastle, Manchester, Durham, etc. and so on. They're going to ban smoking on pavements where outdoor hospitality venues have tables. Because people are, they don't want to go inside, you know, in a lot of cases because of the invisible menace. So they want to sit outside. But they don't want to sit outside in a fog of somebody else's smoke. Hospitality chiefs have said staff could well do without the risk of conflict that could arise when challenging customers breaching the rule. Well, so in other words, we should just forget all rules and regulations and laws to protect people's health because somebody might raise a finger of complaint. They warned councils against burdening them with more red tape at the worst possible time. Well, yeah, that very much sounds like the whining when the original ban on smoking indoors came in. Do you remember? If you recall, everybody said that it wouldn't work. No one would pay any attention. There'd be fights and mayhem, and nothing happened. Everybody just stopped smoking indoors, and life was instantly better. We could breathe clearly now. The smog was gone. Get Jimmy Cliff on the phone. He's going to have to re-record that song.
Rock and roll!
And Simon Clark, director of the Smokers Lobby Group, Forest, Freedom Organisation for the Right to Enjoy Smoking, he told Mail Online, it's very clear that the government does not want to ban smoking in outdoor alfresco dining areas, so for any council to effectively introduce a ban goes against the spirit of the legislation. No! It's not against the spirit of getting the country out of that deadly poison. He said the interesting thing is how few councils have actually done it. I'm only aware of 5 councils who have actually done it, he says. So it suggests that the vast majority of councils are acting in accordance with the spirit of the legislation and they support the idea of choice. Yeah, how about the choice of the vast majority of people who don't want to sit in a cloud of other people's sad addiction? Simon Clark, director of the Smokers Lobby Group, Forest. Smokers Lobby Group, do me a favour. He said, what the government was trying to come up with these compromise amendments is that they're very much on the side of business. There's absolutely no justification for central government or local authorities to get involved on public health grounds. Really? How about 78,000 dead people? Is that justification to get involved? Think about it. He also said it was no business of local councils if adults choose to smoke. Well, you know what? No one's telling adults not to smoke. Just don't do it around the rest of us, that's all. And it follows a failed attempt last summer to push through an amendment in the House of Lords to make pavements smoke-free. And I wonder if we did a search on how many members of the House of Lords take payment from tobacco companies, how many we'd find. I'm curious to know the number, but not curious enough to, actually do the homework. Boring. Mark Oates, director of the campaign We Vape. We Vape. He told Mail Online, the government has passed on draconian powers to local authorities to ban people smoking outdoors. Most pubs currently don't differentiate between smoking and vaping, so there is little doubt that this ban will also include vaping. Good. He says, despite the government saying they would not ban outdoor smoking, they have instead created a postcode lottery where punters won't know whether they can smoke or vape outside a pub or in a workplace. Except that they will, because there'll be a big sign there saying no smoking or vaping. That'll be a clue. And then the business representatives chimed in. Emma McClarkin, Chief Executive of the British Beer and Pub Association, booze, told Mail Online, the pandemic has been the worst period of our pubs have ever had to endure. Months of closure followed by periods of severely reduced trading. We would encourage all local authorities to work with the sector in helping us get back on our feet, not burdening us with more red tape at the worst possible time. It's not red tape, it's just a sign that says no smoking, that's all. The world is not going to come to an end because people can't smoke while around other people. Just don't do it, that's all. I mean, it's just good manners, innit? Be polite! I mean, it's summer. People want to be outdoors when they go and drink and eat. Especially, what with the deadly invisible menace about. And if you're sitting next to somebody puffing away all night, there's no getting around it. It's horrible. Smoke doesn't just get in your eyes, it gets up your nose too. You're going to have to get the Platters on the phone too. I've got some new lyrics for them.
Rock and roll!
Kate Nichols, Chief Executive of UK Hospitality, said, the bottom line is that venues have enough on their plate at the moment in simply striving to stay afloat. As such, we strongly urge local authorities to put the futures of their high street and local jobs above moving outdoor cigarette smoke outside of one type of venue to another. They're all piling in. I bet it's the exact same people who are saying that, oh my God, it'll be the end of the industry if we ban smoking indoors. I can remember I used to work in a pub for about 5 years, and I came home and my clothes stank so bad of cigarette smoke I thought they'd burst into flames on their own. You couldn't even be in the same room as them. They stank so bad. That's what it used to be like, everywhere. You didn't notice it when you were in there so much, but when you came out and the next morning you smelt your clothes, oh my God, and you thought, wow, I was standing in that all night long. Nick Antona, National Chairman of the Campaign for Real Ale, says that non-smoking areas in pub gardens for customers who would prefer it are important, but this should be up to the licensee as the person who understands their customers' needs best. Their customers' needs best? What, needs like not getting a respiratory disease and dying, you mean? Apparently the pub industry has suffered a torrid period since the indoor smoking ban in England became active in July 2007, with 11,400 fewer venues 1 decade later, amid claims that the two were closely linked. No, I don't believe it. I think it's down to people not wanting to go to old men's pubs anymore. It's about having more to do with your life than while it away nursing a pint just to get out of the house. It's about profit margins slashed by brewers that don't allow for things like spillage and the natural waste that comes from pouring drinks. And I suspect it's mostly because pubs are often rubbish. endlessly bleeping and whining fruit machines, the stink of the toilets, the stale beer, and options for going elsewhere, and options for entertainment at home have gone through the roof since 2007. Pubs are said to have suffered financially from the ban because smokers are known to drink more, with previous US studies estimating that 85 to 90% of adults who are alcohol dependent are also nicotine dependent. Well, who wants to drink with a bunch of alcohol dependents? That sounds like a night out at Alcoholics Anonymous. Smoking, by the way, the leading cause of preventable illness and premature death in England. The leading cause of preventable illness and premature death in England, killing 78,000 people per year. And they're whining about not being able to smoke outside where next to people that are eating. Let's have Wandsworth. Simon.
Hi. So I was just calling about, you was discussing earlier about why we should stay in the UK and have our holidays here, or maybe a caller was saying that.
Yeah.
And I really think I would rather work than staycation. I really just think to myself, if you don't go to the Bureau de Change for your holiday, are you really on holiday? Because when you look at other countries, they're like cute little regions where they have like unique food and a unique culture. In England, I feel like anywhere I go, I'm going to come out the station, see a Greggs, a Primark, a Tesco. Right. Why would you need to, why would you want a staycation where everything is literally formulaic?
Well, I bow to no one in my estimation of Greggs and Primark and what was the other one?
Tesco's. I mean, yeah, they're delightful.
Of
but,
course they are.
What's unique about it? Why would I want to travel somewhere to go to? I could go to Peckham High Street and see the exact same thing that I'll see in Cornwall. I want something unique. I want, guys cycling on bikes with onions and stripy T-shirts and berets and unique things. I want something unique when I go on holiday. I don't want to see the same people and
yes, naturally. You want to go on holiday in an Asterix cartoon.
Absolutely. And I think what we really want, obviously holidays are out of the question for me and my friends this year.
Why?
Because we think, what is the point of going on holiday and having a COVID holiday? We already seen what English tourists have done to Portugal in 2 weeks of them saying, yeah, we can come. I mean, why would I want to go on holiday and have to follow the rules that I have to follow in my own country? Why don't you just stay in this country, lock our borders? I'm not a Brexiteer and I'm not a I'm not Nigel Farage standing at the White Cliffs of Dover with his little rifle for migrant boats. But why don't we open up here first? We can travel around and be free here and then talk about the rest of the world. I feel like I don't feel comfortable even going to my local supermarket, let alone going to Spain the moment. So I just really want to...
You wanted to put that over. Okay, Simon, you stay indoors and then everybody will know where you are, okay? Promise me you'll do that. Thanks a lot, mate. It's okay, everybody else. You can come out now. Tanya texts, listening to you makes this whole sorry mess we're in so much more tolerable. Please play the wonky national anthem sound. It's easily your best. Always makes me laugh and sums up the whole thing perfectly. I absolutely will not do that, Tanya. Rob says, just wanted to let you know... Oh, this is the bloke who was fishing in Devon. He says, just want to let you know that I am fishing in Devon because I should have been fishing in France. Who needs to go to France when the carp are bigger, the weather is drier and warmer, and the food is better? But hey-ho, I'm in my bivvy, keeping out of the rain. Not bitter at all, says Rob. I assume that he's being sarcastic. The food is better. Well, London has overtaken Paris, I think. I mean, I'm not the kind who goes into fancy restaurants, because who can afford them? They ain't cheap, But I do believe that people who know would say that London has overtaken Paris as far as, top person's food goes. But if you just want a reliable cafe that will serve decent food in an out-of-the-way area, then I think France has probably got the beating of Britain. As long as you're not after Michelin food or, 100 quid a plate, stuff like that. If you just want a decent meal for a tenner, then France is probably right up your alley. Right up your roo, no doubt. This anonymous text says, if it wasn't for France, we wouldn't have baguettes. And without baguettes, we wouldn't have Greggs. I very much doubt that that's the case. Hey, I saw an old-fashioned sandwich shop the other day. You know, the kind of store that you go in and they've already got the stuff pre-mixed, like the tuna salad and the egg salad in a big Tupperware box, going brown at the edges. Do you miss those?
No.
Not really, no. I'm amazed they still exist. Billy says, Nick, what do you expect from our current government? Boris was late for the first lockdown, faffed up the second lockdown with his hokey-cokey approach to the tiered system, and has done more U-turns than a box set of Top Gear. For example, GCSE results and free school meals, etc. If only Boris approached the pandemic in the same way as his secretive and well-rehearsed, well-planned wedding, perhaps we'd be in a different situation to the one in which the country is currently in. Yes. Yeah, quite possibly, yeah. Well-planned, well-rehearsed wedding, not done in a hurry to take the public's eye off Dominic Cummings. Hey, Bodge.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Andy texts, is your sound, where are you calling from? Taken from the Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. So long and thanks for all the fish radio play. No, it was a caller to this here show who used to be a telephone operative. And I asked her to say what it is that she used to say. And she said it, and I recorded it, and I play it frequently. So now you know. Cumbria, Toby. Toby.
Hi, Nick.
Yes, Toby.
I'm just so confused about this travelling list.
Well, the doctor is in. How can I help?
Well, it says here, Costa Rica is currently on the amber list and will move to the red list at 4 a.m. on Tuesday. Well, why not now?
That's an excellent question. Yeah.
Has the virus gone away till Tuesday?
Very, very good question. They seem to do this a lot. There's something very, very dangerous in a foreign country, so we're going to allow as many people as possible to scramble to get from that country to bring the disease back with them and until the following hour of the following day.
Yeah, and another one is the amber list. It's either you can go or you can't go.
Right.
And then there's the amber list, and it says, well, you can go, but we suggest you don't go, but you can go. I just don't get it at all.
I think that's the plan. Yeah, I mean, a conspiracist might say that is the plan to make you confused, so that you will be blamed later for any increase in the virus rate.
Until you can't hold them to account.
Yeah.
It's a shame, isn't it, that they can't just be straight up.
It's a shame. Yeah, well, there's no end of things that are a shame these days.
Yeah.
Are you going to be okay? Are you going to go away? You're not going to go away. Please tell me you're not going to go away for a holiday.
No chance.
Of course not.
But the thing is, like back to your call before about Croatia and the water situation, there's plenty of water here. Why would you want to go away? You know, it's not even safe enough to go away.
There's water all around the island. It's an island. The clue is in the name.
Yeah, come to the Lake District. There's plenty of water up here. Actually, don't come to the Lake District because we've got everyone else over here.
Well, if you go to the Lake District in the next 2 weeks, it might not even rain. How about that?
Yeah, it says on here that it's not raining for 9 days.
Incredible, but true.
Never known that as well. As long as I've been alive, normally we've got about 2 days of sun and then that's it.
Well, I've only been to the Lake District twice, and the first time it rained constantly, and we were stuck inside looking at the rain lash against the windows, and the second time it was perfect. And it was absolutely beautiful. Yeah.
It can't make its mind up. It's like the government.
Right. Yeah. All right. Thanks a lot, Toby. All the best. Cheers, my dear. There's, like I said, there's this embargoed story about Tony Blair. I can't tell it to you now, but I'll be able to tell you in 5 minutes, because those are the rules. Strictly adhered to. An embargoed story about Tony Blair. Isn't it exciting?
No.
Dean texts, I transferred a holiday for the third time to now go. What? Dean texts, I transferred a holiday for the third time to now go to Turkey in July. Right. What do you want to do that for? He says Turkey is currently in red, but I've been told by a reputable travel company that if it goes into amber, we will still have to go and isolate when we return. No cancellation without loss of money. No cancellation without loss of money. Amber List is an absolute joke, as well as the whole traffic light system. The traffic light system doesn't make any sense. It's as though they're deliberately trying to confuse us in order to pin the blame on any future variant on us. Oh, well, you didn't follow the very clear instructions that the government gave you, foolish public. Just tell us where we can go. Don't paint them in all the rainbow colours. Yes or no, not maybe. We're not after... It's not an I mean, if all else makes no sense, then it is a conspiracy. If no other explanation seems to make any sense, then you have to admit, or at least countenance the possibility that they're not acting in our best interests. It's admit that it's a possibility. Tina says, when I hear people whining and whinging...
Stop whining!
...about us filthy smokers, as a non-drinker, I always change the word smoking for drinking. Same rules apply, and besides, if no one died from booze and cigarettes, the world would be too full. Well, that is a good point. But it's not the same, though, Tina. Because if you were standing there drinking, then I'm not standing in a fog of your drink. Do you get me? Whereas, even if it's outside, I mean, if you're sitting outside and you just happen to be sort of in the downwind of somebody who's puffing away all night long, it's just awful. It is horrible. Doesn't matter whether you're indoors or outdoors. Smoke gets in your eyes and up your nose and on your clothes, and it just puts you off being there. Wendy says, hurrah! At last there are some councils defending the right of the average person to breathe actual air. Some smokers don't seem to understand that even outdoors, many of us find it difficult to deal with cigarette smoke. Yeah, it's a bit like pouring Dettol down your throat, which I don't recommend. Even somebody as smart as Donald Trump wouldn't recommend pouring Dettol down your throat.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
I mean, he is a medical professional.
I'm not a doctor.
So I wouldn't put any store in what he says. But he does know a thing or two about the virus. Oh, it didn't work. Oh, well, never mind. I think we've heard plenty enough from Donald Trump anyway. You have delighted us enough, Donald. I wonder how Melania's doing these days now. Her lover isn't the President of the United States anymore.
I don't care.
Yeah, she's not actually that bothered. Former Prime Minister Tony Blair said it's time to distinguish, for the purposes of freedom, between people who are vaccinated and unvaccinated when it comes to travel and domestically. They're going to bring in a card to show whether you're a citizen or not. Blair also described the NHS app that provides the vaccination as inadequate. Well, you got that right. And it only costs £37 billion. Is he talking about the test and trace app? You know, the tasting, tracing, testing app?
Contact tasting, testing... Tracing, forgive me, contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Bodge. The former Labour leader was reacting to a report published by the Tony Blair Institute for Global Change. As though he didn't have anything to do with it. It says, vaccine status matters, and champions the idea of health passes to allow citizens to prove their status in a secure and privacy-preserving way. Secure and privacy-preserving. Does that sound right? No. Allow citizens to prove their status.
Oh, no.
Be concerned. Be very concerned. Proposing the health pass system be used both at home and abroad. The report said, with this ability to securely prove vaccination status, we can move beyond blunt catch-all tools and align with other countries by removing certain restrictions for the fully vaccinated, thereby enabling us to sustainably reopen the economy. It sounds like we're aligning ourselves with China. You're going to have to prove your status. He said, for as long as the world goes largely unvaccinated and the risk of a new variant remains significant, it's vital that we have an alternative to the blunt tool of lockdowns to enable the country to live freely and safely. I don't see what the difference is. I mean, unless everybody's vaccinated the whole world over, then variants are going to keep varianting, and they're going to be here, there, and everywhere, baby. Blair said it's time to distinguish for the purposes of freedom from restriction between vaccinated and unvaccinated, both for citizens here for domestic purposes, but also for citizens from those other countries in respect of travel, on the basis of that being vaccinated substantially reduces risk. You know, there was a poll, and the government's reaction, by the way. A senior government source said, once again, Mr. Blair appears to have learned of things already in the pipeline with the NHS app and decided to publicly call for them. Nonetheless, we thank him for his continued support. God, doesn't that absolutely reek of Jacob Rees-Mogg?
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Using politeness as a weapon. So, I thought that the government was saying that we weren't going to have ID cards. They've admitted there that we are going to have ID cards. You're going to have to prove that you're a citizen. And there was a poll which surprised me. I'll come to that in just a minute. But first, I'll have to take this call because I believe it's past his bedtime. Ishmael, Wigan. Yes,
Hello,
sir.
Nick.
How old are you?
I'm the same guy who called last time, 10-year-old Ishmael.
Right, you think I remember that? Your birth date may be important to you, Ishmael, but it's not to me. Happy birthday, by the way.
Yeah. Anyway, I just wanted to call on the smoking discussion.
Can I just be absolutely certain that you have parental permission?
Yeah.
To make this call. All right.
Yeah,
then.
he does. I was just going past a hospital the other day, and I just found these people plonked on the bench right outside the hospital, just smoking a cigarette.
They're busy acquiring a condition that will require their treatment in that hospital. Yes.
There were staff in uniform.
Right.
Smoking.
Yeah, setting an example, of course.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And I thought,
You thought, Yeah, I couldn't agree more. Cigarettes used to sell some cigarettes used to sell themselves as the doctor's favourite. Doctors recommend you smoke this product.
Yeah. And I also went to Lisbon. I was in Lisbon airport once, and it was like there was this it was like a box, basically glass box, and people were just stuck there smoking. And I thought, how is that even legal?
Exactly. Yeah.
How is it legal? They're basically gassing themselves.
Yeah, quite right. Were you there on business?
No.
No. I think you need to go to bed, Ishmael. It's past midnight. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Right. Well, I blame the parents, and I want you to pass on that information for me.
Where did the government? Because it's the councils who are putting these measures in place, but did they even get permission from the government?
They don't need permission from the government. The government has set the course of being smoke-free by 2030 and then washed their hands...
Which I like.
You like that? And then they wash their hands of the entire thing, leaving it for councils to get it in the neck.
I think if they're going to smoke, then they should have a special park outdoors where they can just stay there and smoke. It doesn't affect anyone around us.
Right, I've got a better idea. How about everybody wears one of those diving helmets that smokes, and then they can just keep it to themselves?
Well, then you're going to die, aren't you?
Well, I'm not. Well, we all will eventually. That's the bad news, Ishmael. But, not for a good long while. But anyway, all the best, and thanks a lot, and night-night. Wendy texts, hurrah! Have I read this? At last, there are some councils defending the right of the average person to breathe actual air, real-life air. You can remember that, don't you?
No.
Some smokers don't seem to understand that even outdoors, many of us find it difficult to deal with cigarette smoke. Yeah, I'm pretty sure I did read that. I've got déjà vu, like they say in France. Brian emails, most websites these days, and for some years now, don't need the www. Prefix. Just type in the address without the www. And if that doesn't work, then try it with the www. God, I'm exhausted. It says back in the 90s, you also had to type in the http:// as well. But it's no longer needed. Progress, eh? That was back in the 90s. Oh, blimey, it seems like another century, doesn't it? This text says, why can't they have a smoking and non-smoking pub, and then the choice is our own? Don't be daft, lad. Of course not. And Mike emails, everyone knows turkey is for Christmas. Yeah, that's right. Turkey's not for holidays. Turkey's for Christmas. So there was this poll. I am stunned. Just when you think that you know the British public, along comes a poll like this and utterly, and here's that word that we used last night, discombobulates you. And the story is, senior government officials are weighing up whether to keep face coverings mandatory indoors beyond June the 21st.
Oh, no.
If the plan is to keep us suspended in a permanent state of emergency by letting in any variant of the virus that crops up, I'd say it's going pretty well. If the plan is to keep us safe, then the plan needs some work. But, and it's a huge, giant, wobbly but, new polling suggests that large numbers of us want to remain under special measures. We don't mind whether the government is weighing up whether to keep face coverings mandatory indoors beyond June the 21st. In fact, we'd actually like them to do that. There doesn't seem to be any amount of pain and discomfort that we are not willing to endure. We love a bit of it. Thank you, sir. May I have another? So this YouGov survey found that more than 70% support the continued wearing of masks beyond June the 21st. Also comically known as Freedom Day. And as Mel Gibson didn't say, you canny gie us your freedom. I'm stunned. I would have thought it'd been the other way around, wouldn't you? 70% support the continued wearing of face masks beyond June the 21st. Now, I've noticed that there's been fewer. I was out and about a bit this week, dipping my toe tentatively in, in the idea of leaving the house once in a while. And I noticed that there's a lot of people who are refusing now on public transport and in shops and so on. Many, many, many more people not wearing masks. But they are in the minority, according to this this poll. 61% of those that expressed a preference backed social distancing to remain in pubs and restaurants. Well, yeah, I quite like that idea too. But for purely selfish reasons. I mean, can you remember back when all we used to talk about was Brexit and Donald Trump? You know, the good old days. From before when Bill Gates invented COVID. And restaurants were so packed close together you were practically sharing the same soup bowl as the person on the next table. Well, it's not like that anymore. Now we're spaced so far apart you could have sensual relations with the person you came with between courses and no one would notice.
Disgusting.
According to the survey, only half wanted the rule of 6 to be dropped in indoor settings. Is this surprising to anybody except me? That means that either half the country don't know more than 5 people, or do know more than that, but don't want to hang out with them very much. And I've met people, so I can completely understand that. I get it. According to the Times, senior government officials are also debating whether or not to keep face masks as a mandatory requirement in public spaces. Which surprises me a bit, because an authoritarian regime would dearly love to be able to spot us in a crowd. It's why we have so many facial recognition cameras dotted about. It's why we're the most surveilled country in the world. It's why the government has put up all those CCTV cameras to monitor us. And they can't do that very well if you can wear a mask in the street that hides your identity. I'm surprised they haven't made them illegal. Or insisted that you have to have your name and address printed on them in big, easily readable type. And as I said that, I thought, oh no, I've just given Prissy Patel an idea. Oh no. Now I feel stupid. And because of the spread of the Indian variant, England's highly anticipated June the 21st Freedom Day now appears to be hanging in the balance. It's almost as though it wasn't such a great idea to let 20,000 people fly in from India when they knew that's where the variant was coming from. The clue's in the name. It's the Indian variant.
Correct.
And what's weird is that the government banned flights from Bangladesh and Pakistan, like I said before, which had lower numbers of cases and more or less similar numbers as India, respectively. Bangladesh was way down. Pakistan was about the same as India, but they banned Pakistan and Bangladeshi visitors, but not Indian visitors. Either this government actually wants us to stay in a permanent state of emergency, or they're not very good at their jobs. Which is it?
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Maybe both. I mean, definitely the latter. I am stunned. According to their survey, 22% said they wanted masks off. 71% said they supported the continued use of them. Isn't that incredible? I mean, you've got to be kidding me. Over 3 times as many people want to keep wearing masks in public as don't. I would have bet money that it'd be the other way around. And it's like that for all of these restrictions. On social distancing in pubs and restaurants, 61% backed the 2-metre rule. 30% argued they wanted it to come to an end. 60% want to stay 2 metres away from everybody else. 30% don't. On the rule of 6 indoor gatherings, 51% said they wanted that cap on numbers to be lifted. 36% said it should remain. And this constant state of fear means that officials are emboldened to draw up secret plans to delay the end of the country's coronavirus restrictions by 2 weeks until July, after daily case numbers rose again. That's what's been reported. June 21st is out. I guess we'll find out when we get there, but that's what they're buttering us up for. And remember, because this dissembling, catastrophically inept and grasping administration allowed the highly infectious Indian variant to come unhindered into the country, and it's now doubling in prevalence every 9 days, and it's now the dominant strain in the country. It's all because of that. Thanks a lot, Bodge. Great job. An Office for National Statistics report showed weekly COVID case numbers went up 75% last week to 86,000. And the R rate is definitely above 1 and could be as high as 1.2. And while 1.2 doesn't sound like a very big number, it's bigger than 1, which is where we go from few to... Oh, no! Yeah. According to The Sun, social distancing could be retained post-June 21st, as could limits on the number of people allowed inside venues. Venues! Nightclubs, for instance. See, I thought allowing ourselves to be vaccinated with something that could give you a blood clot or a stroke meant that we would get our lives back. I thought that was the deal. But it's like that old joke when somebody holds your chair for you to sit down, and then they whip it away just as you're about to park your bottom. You know, one of those old jokes that's not funny if it's happening to you. Ministers said yesterday that they were doing everything they possibly can. They're doing their best. Nothing to do with them. We knew what we were voting for when we elected them, so technically it's our fault. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Martina texts, why are we thinking of going away? It's a blooming pandemic. Let's focus on us here first. Vaccinate everyone. Let's get our house in order and then go all guns blazing abroad. What, like it's a war? Yeah, I think you'd have to be off your chump to want to go on holiday now. Unless you do. Unless you really, really want to. In which case, forget it. It's an opportunity to spend your money here. Thing is, the home tourist does not spend as much money as the foreign tourist. That is absolutely true. Because it's real money to us. Andy says, I've always been an anti-smoker and I've never smoked in my life. Scotland was the first country in the UK to ban smoking in pubs, etc. back in 2006. I never thought it would be possible to do, but it was. Yeah, and I didn't think it was going to be possible either. Because like I said, I worked in a pub for 5 years, and I just didn't think that people would be able to get it done. You know, they put a sign up and everyone would ignore it, but no. We're good little boys and girls, we are. He says, I'm a cabaret singer, and I can remember doing a gig the night before the smoking ban came in. I went to the pub the following day, and it was really strange, as I could smell other things. Yeah, like the toilets, for instance.
Disgusting.
Exactly. He says, the smoking ban is much better for us singers in pubs now. Yeah, well, there's a lot of people who do the exact job that you do, who've died because of it. You know, people that used to be pub entertainers, for instance, and they stood up on a stage, up where the smoke was really thick, for, every night. Every single night they'd be out there. And then they and one day they woke up dead. Toby texts, listening to your show whilst watching Sky News on mute. Why would you want to do that? He says, amusing myself watching angry numpties scrambling to get tests in a flight home from Portugal. I love a great TV comedy. A little holiday in other people's misery.
Rock and roll!
All right. And Tim says, have you heard about the new Boris tanks that are going to defend this country? They are very good as long as you don't want to drive them and shoot at anything. Well, funny you should say that, but I have detailed files. Somebody built an ark, one of these people who thinks the world is 3,000 years old, something like that. They built an ark as a museum. and they weren't allowed to put it on water because the ark didn't have the paperwork that made... Oh, never mind, I can't be bothered. Look it up. I didn't bring in details, so I'm not going to remember it off the top of my head. Cannot be bothered. Look it up. Do work. Do homework. And Declan says, next time you feel a sneeze coming on, look at the brightest light in the room. It's been scientifically proven. I bet it works every time. Just look at a bright light and it'll prevent you from doing it. Because I actually don't want to be prevented from sneezing. It's the only pleasure I get these days. It's all I've got left. Don't take that from me. Susie says, I may as well go and live in North Korea. How dare they take away our rights to smoke outdoors? Dictators. Well, I don't think that living in North Korea is an option. Unless you get to know Lil Fat Kim really well. People are desperate to get out. Almost nobody at all is desperate to get in. But on that, there was this article in the Mail. Did you read the Dominic Sandbrook thing? I can't believe I'm about to say this, but I agree with Dominic Sandbrook in the Mail.
What?
I know. He said this. No, it's all about the increasingly authoritarian rule that we are under, that we actually seem to be enjoying. Weird. The year was 2004, and in his weekly newspaper column, says Dominic Sandbrook, one of Britain's most outspoken champions of liberty was in blazing form. The Blair government had just unveiled plans to introduce compulsory identity cards. But this libertarian firebrand was furious. ID cards, he said, were part of an authoritarian, nanny statist attack on the hard-won liberties of the ordinary Briton. If I'm ever asked, he wrote, to produce my ID card as evidence that I am who I say I am when I have done nothing wrong, and when I simply am ambling along, breathing God's fresh air like any other free-born Englishman, then I will take that card out of my wallet and physically eat it. Fine words, says Dominic Sandbrook. And their freedom-loving author, as you probably guessed, was one Boris Johnson.
Oh,
no. Who then could have imagined that one day Mr. Johnson would implement the biggest curtailment of British freedom since the 1940s? Who could have imagined that under his government, pubs would be closed, airports brought to a standstill, and millions of people forced to wear masks? Well, like that poll just stated that I just read out, there's no forced about it. We are loving it. And who could have foreseen that during his premiership, simply ambling along and breathing God's fresh air like any other freeborn Englishman might land you in trouble with the police, unless you can prove that you were taking your allotted daily exercise. He says when the first reports of COVID-19 reached these shores, many supposed experts claimed that the British would never tolerate any infringement of their personal liberties. It's actually amazing that not only do we tolerate it, but we're loving it. The conventional wisdom was wrong, he says. We haven't just accepted one lockdown, we've accepted 3. Despite our freedom-loving self-image, we pull on our masks in the supermarket car parks, scan the QR code in the local pub, and hand over our data to the NHS app, often without a second's thought. Oh, by the way, have you opted out yet? I was talking about this last Sunday, much to everyone's surprise, because the government are keeping it very, very secret. They're not telling anybody at all, while saying that they're being open and transparent. You can opt out. They're going to sell your medical records to whoever wants them, for research purposes or whatever, crops up in the future. You can opt out, but you're going to have to do it soon. You've got about a week or so, a couple of weeks maybe, tops. Anyway, he says, what's happened to the stubborn British rebel, the individualist, the eccentric? Was that just a myth? Or after months of lockdown, has something fundamentally changed? Does freedom not matter as it once did? And if so, then where are we heading? I don't think that actually people are interested in freedom anymore. I think that it takes a while for habits to form. And it's been long enough that we've been locked in that we actually like it now. We feel comfort in almost going back to a sort of childlike state and following rules all the time. We've become institutionalized without the benefit of being in an institution. He says, I fear that in recent years the scales have tipped, perhaps forever, towards interfering, monitoring, all-knowing authoritarianism. An optimist might answer that all my fears are overheated. This is, after all, a health emergency, a once-in-a-lifetime pandemic. Perhaps when the threat has passed, the government will relax the regulations and life will return to normal. Doubtful. No more lockdowns, no more masks, no more NHS app, a return to the freedoms of old, he says. Now, this next part I've been saying for a good long while. He says, but once assumed, state powers are not lightly surrendered. Exactly. A government is loath to return freedoms it takes from its citizens. It's like they bank that and then move on. He says once politicians have a taste for control, they find it very hard to give it up. Just think of the last time you went to the airport, he says. You took off your belt, perhaps your shoes, and you handed over your belongings to be scanned. And if you were carrying any liquids, you either packed them into 100-milliliter containers or you left them behind, cursing yourself for forgetting the regulations. Yet the liquids rule hasn't always been with us. It dates from 2006, when the police uncovered a plot to detonate liquid explosives on flights to the US and Canada. For years, ministers have made vague noises about relaxing the rules, but they never have. And now we're so accustomed to them, we never think to complain. Yeah, they're always fighting or solving the last threat, never the next one. He says in the long run then, I wonder if historians will see our masks and lockdowns as part of a much longer story, the slow, unstoppable growth of state power at the expense of individual self-determination, usually in the name of public health or national security. That's how an authoritarian regime takes power. They reduce your freedoms because they say that it's for your own good. He says at almost every turn, some smug Jobsworth is telling you where to stand, what to do, what to say, and what even to think. And what's more, they encourage you to inform on your fellow citizens for good measure. Yeah, I think that a lot of people who can't handle the power have been gifted too much of it. There's so many people now telling you, don't do this, don't do that, walk that way, not this way, wait there's too many in the store, all of that. He says, before Christmas, the Home Secretary, Priti Patel, urged people to call the police if they saw their neighbours welcoming more than 6 people for festive drinks. God, what a place we've become. He said, at the time it struck me as quite extraordinary, like something from East Germany in the 1970s. Exactly. He says, on reflection, though, I realised it was simply part of a general culture of sanctioned snooping. We live in a surveillance society, he says, without precedent in our history, without precedent on Earth. Outside of China, there's more cameras in this country looking at us Brits than any other country in the world. In fact, per head of population, we have more cameras pointing at us than anywhere on Earth. Why? Why us? We live in a surveillance society, he said. Even before the pandemic reached these shores, Britain was the most intensely monitored country in Europe, with more than 5 million CCTV cameras, at least one for every 11 people. Some estimates suggest that if you live in London, you'll be caught on camera as many as 300 times a day. Wow. Going under the radar is almost impossible, he says. And this was even before the COVID tracking software and the possible introduction of vaccine passports. And the usual refrain from people who don't realise that their freedoms are being taken away is, well, if you're not going to do anything wrong, you've got nothing to worry about, have you? Well, the problem with that is that wrong is a movable feast. What is and is not wrong changes with the administration. And you might be on the right side of them one year and the wrong side the next. He says most of us have no idea what data we've already handed over or what the tech companies are doing with it, just as we've no idea how their algorithms silently influence the decisions we make every day. That's surveillance capitalism. Never mind about the government peering at you. Tech giants like Facebook and Amazon. A colossal surveillance apparatus watching you through your TV and your phone and your computer and your car, even. He says if you want to get a glimpse of where it might end, just look east at how the Chinese responded to the COVID outbreak in Wuhan at the turn of 2020. Beijing's surveillance tools ranged from a vast network of facial recognition and thermal imaging cameras to smartphone tracking and social media monitoring. A special smartphone app gave you an individual code which you had to present at checkpoints across the country, at entrances to shops and apartment blocks and even taxis. This is where we're going. He says if you went out without a mask or you lingered too long outside, drones descended from above, barking metallic orders. Drones.
Correct.
He said, I'm not against masks and neither am I against lockdowns, but I can't banish the feeling that we're sleepwalking into an irreversibly authoritarian future. Yeah, me too. He says, today it's COVID, tomorrow it'll be something else. Of course. I mean, today it's COVID with a never-ending parade of different variants in order that the government can shout,
emergency, everybody to get from street. Emergency, everybody to get from street.
He says, tomorrow it'll be something else, another pandemic, another terrorist incident, a security scare, who knows? Perhaps this is how we bid farewell to the freedoms that we took for granted. Yeah, well, I think we've already bid farewell. He says, not unwillingly, at the sharp end of clubs and jackboots, but almost unnoticed, in the name of health and safety. And at the helm, not a tyrant or a monster or a latter-day Stalin, but a supposed champion of personal liberty, wearing a pained expression and insisting that it's only for a short time and it's for our own good anyway. Ain't that right, Bodge?
I can't comment on that.
He says, what an irony. Yeah. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Awful. Yeah, I agree with every word he said. I don't know whether he's moving my way or whether I'm moving his. Either way, it's concerning to me personally. Dominic Sandbrook in the Mail. Lindsay tweets, I developed hay fever in my 30s. Not fun. Look into a bright light to bring on your sneeze. I thought it was the other way around. I thought you looked into a bright light to stop you sneezing. Or maybe it's just you keep your eyes open, which is probably very, very dangerous. Billy tweets, you could be having a reaction to somebody's aftershave or perfume. Oh, well, yeah, that's possible, actually. Because it is weird that I come into this building and I sneeze once. Every time I come into this building, I sneeze once, and then that's it. I was on the verge of extra sneezes just now, but it passed. It passed without incident. I was looking forward to that, too. Daniel says, Roy Castle, who played the trumpet in smoky clubs, died of secondhand smoke inhalation at the age of 62. He never smoked a cigarette in his life. Well, there you are, you see. Proof positive. Let's have Barnett. Hello, Tony.
Hi, Nick.
Tony.
Hi. Yeah, just a little point that your conversations brought to me about the link between COVID and tobacco, which is a little bit out there, but if you just bear with me, what happened was when we had the earlier cases of COVID in March last year, a lot of the doctors in A&E in America were talking about it being very similar to hypoxia, altitude sickness.
Oh, yeah.
And so that was one point that was put out there. And then we had David Hockney getting it in the neck for talking about the impact of COVID on smokers and suggesting that smokers didn't suffer as much.
Right.
That was just out there.
It protected you, he said.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'm not making a comment on that, but what happened about 2-3 months after that, which was incredible, was a book came out about Everest, nothing to do with COVID or smoking, but the Everest book got huge amounts of comment about the huge amount of fags that the mountaineers were taking to stop breathing difficulties at high altitude. I mean, look it up. I mean, thousands of cigarettes.
Why would that help?
Well, I'm not a medical person, but all I'm saying is I just look at those things and I hear hypoxia, altitude sickness, and I hear that, fit guys are taking loads of cigarettes up the mountains, which they were. And what my subtle point is this: if it turned out that smoking in the short term had some sort of positive anti-COVID effect, would that even be researched? I mean, given all your previous conversations and the sort of moral certainties and things you're talking about smoking as some sort of evil, would it just be a closed-off avenue for research? That's my main point. Really.
I would imagine so, yeah. I mean, nobody wants to encourage anybody else to start smoking for the benefit of their health.
Yeah, and it's a kind of an insult to the intelligence of everybody out there. Let's just imagine
it sounds like an insult to the intelligence to say that smoking could be beneficial to your health for any reason.
Yes. Exactly. I mean, if the message was phrased that in the short term this could work as some sort of anti-COVID thing, I mean, you try selling that one. I mean, but does it close off the research that it's actually quite effective?
Well, I think it should, because don't forget, cigarettes kill 78,000 people a year.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not pro-cigarettes. I don't smoke. But what I'm saying is, in the short term, we've got to sort of have an open mind about what actually works. Right. Whether or not it's got other costs attached to it. But it's just this idea that the sort of moral certainty that goes with this anti-smoking thing, there's something kind of like Witchfinder General about it.
No, not really. People just don't want to catch a deadly disease, that's all.
Yeah, no, I understand that, but I'm just saying, if in the short term this was useful...
Yeah, I understand that, I get what you're saying, but it's a no from me.
No.
And furthermore...
No.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good idea to encourage people to smoke for any reason. There's other ways to avoid catching the virus other than starting smoking. Because can't forget, 78,000 people a year in this country die from smoking. Don't forget that part, Tony. But I get it. I understand what you're saying. Joshua texts, Nick, I really love you, but you are talking rubbish. What? He says that survey is utter tosh. What do you think, Nige?
This is absolute tosh.
Yeah, he's in agreement. That survey is utter tosh, he says. Nobody wants masks past June the 21st. Well, I hate to break the news to you, Joshua, but you're wrong. 71% who expressed a preference said they want to continue wearing masks after June the 21st. I am stunned. We've become addicted to punishment. Thank you, sir. May I have another? We love a bit of it, we do. Right, I must tell you about the tanks. Any more of these that I need to read? He says, Keith says, funny that we have more CCTV than anybody else, but we solve less crimes than nearly anyone. That makes me think that maybe getting rid of over 20,000 officers and over 20,000 backroom staff might have something to do with it. Or am I just thick?
No.
No, you're not thick, Keith. Spot blooming on. Yeah, but that's not going to prevent the government from saying or parading around the fact that they are hiring or desperately trying to hire, as Jacob Smug said just the other day, hiring 20,000 police officers and claiming a win with that.
You're better informed than I am. I don't know anything.
Yeah, forgetting the part about having fired, or not fired exactly, but lost 23,500 police officers since the Tories came to power. God, that man winds me up no end. So, all right, get this. The Ministry of Defence has confirmed that it paused trials of its new £3.47 billion fleet of army tanks over design issues, which reportedly include them being unable to travel safely faster than 20 miles an hour.
What?
3.47 billion, by the way, is over twice as much as the government is giving children to catch up on their learning. 3.47 billion, over twice as much as this government thinks children are worth, or those children that don't go to private school, than tanks that don't work. The government has ordered more than 580 tanks in a range of models, but so far only 14 without turrets have been delivered. When first announced, the new generation of armoured fighting vehicles were due to be delivered in 2024. In total, the high-tech fleet was due to have 6 variants, each with a different mission speciality. The US design machines are being built in Merthyr Tydfil, though the project has been beset by delays and problems. Well, isn't that a surprise?
No.
A vastly expensive government project beset by delays and problems. I am stunned, aren't you?
No.
According to the Daily Telegraph, the crews testing the new machines have been ordered not to exceed 20 miles an hour, only half the top speed of 40. Also, small issue, the tanks are unable to fire on the move. Citing a government report, the paper said speed restrictions have been caused by excessive vibrations inside the tanks, and that crews were limited to 90 minutes inside them at any one time. Due to be published next month, the report says the tanks can't reverse over obstacles more than 8 inches high. Personnel must wear noise-cancelling headphones when operating them and undergo ear tests afterwards. The MOD decided to bring in a new range of tanks in 2010, with 589 vehicles across a range of models ordered in 2014. But the programme has been plagued by problems and is 4 years behind schedule, just as you would expect. Of the 14 turretless model tanks made by the US firm General Dynamics, only 14 have been delivered. The MOD said, "We are committed to the Ajax programme, which will form a key component in the Army's modernised warfighting division, with current plans for an initial operating capability scheduled for summer 2021. As in this year. They said, "If the enemy could just stand still on completely flat ground, then we'll be able to hit them. All we're asking for is a bit of cooperation." When first announced, the MOD described the fleet of tanks as a complex, fully digitalised land vehicle project delivering transformational change to the Army's armoured fleet, providing a step change in capability to the British Army. Oh, it's a step change, all right. Unfortunately, those tanks can't go up steps. And they only cost £3.5 billion. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.